Hello, this is DrPaulCottrell. I am doing a live stream here on December 3rd. This will also be recorded for premiering later tonight for ones that can't join. Thank you for watching live. I appreciate it. I have not set up the X spaces yet, but I will shortly here. I apologize. It takes a while to set all these live stream. I have a live stream on this channel, the larger channel. I also have a live stream that's going on the smaller channel with the telemetry. There's a little bit of a delay I'm noticing. Hopefully the bandwidth will get self-correct. And you can see the live stream on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. On the website, for the ones that don't know, you can just go to the-studio-reykjavik.com and go to broadcast, and you can either listen to previous episodes on podcast under radio, and I have a bunch that are listed. You can download them, you can listen to them, and then I have the live, and live will you just click it and you can actually see it play. You can widescreen it, so it's pretty cool. And you can see both streams on the website. You can see the larger screen without the telemetry and then the smaller screen with the telemetry, whichever you want. So there's lots of ways to see my work here. With that said, let's go to the broadcast here. So thank you for joining. I appreciate it. So we're going to go over some of the news. I want to understand a little bit more about what's going on in Syria. This is supposed to be interactive, so if you have knowledge or an opinion, or you want to ask questions, about the topic, please join on X Spaces when I set it up. Raise your hand and I'll let you talk. This is live, so just be mindful of that. And with that said, we're going to also go over the market. The market hasn't opened up yet. Market in New York is going to open up in about 3 minutes. So what we have right now is in after hours trading, 6,047 for the S&P 500. The VIX is at about 1354, so risk is really low. The Euro USD is trading at 1.052, so the dollar is slightly weakened, relative to the euro last night. And the barrel of oil is trading a little bit higher than yesterday. It's trading at 69.13 for WTI. All right. Probably what's going on in Syria is tied to the increase in oil. Who knows? But I'm not really sure why Syria is starting to flare up again. So hopefully we can find some videos that deal with that. Yesterday I dealt with the pardon and Kash Patel nomination for the FBI and the Hunter Biden pardon. So hopefully we don't really go into that much. I spent a lot of time yesterday on that topic. So with that said, please help support my work by subscribing to the channels. I have 4 channels on YouTube. I have Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. It's really important for you to help support my work by subscribing. The larger channel and even some of my smaller channels on YouTube do get bled subscribers every time I post. All right, I get bled about 3 to 5 subscribers every time I post. So it's really important that you make sure that you subscribe, and also make sure that you share the links. Ask your social media to follow me, so I can kind of beat this censorship. See, there is this concept where they can censor your speech by just not having you post, and they just knock down your video, which does happen to me. But they can also censor you by reach. So you can have freedom of speech, but not freedom of reach. So what happens is that the algorithms are designed in such a way where you're not going to be suggested in someone's feed which happens a lot. This is the reason why you have to, follow me on different channels to kind of try to break that. And then, they bleed someone dry with the actual subscribers slowly. I'm not the only one this is happening to, but it's a problem, and I need your help to break the algorithm. The only way to break the algorithm is for more people to subscribe. See, what happens is if I have a lot of subscribers, new subscribers to a channel, there will be a blip up in the subscriber curve, but then all of a sudden their algorithm starts trying to bleed them out. And so I don't even know what my real subscriber count is, right? It could be higher, it could be low, I don't know. Because every time I post, YouTube brings down my subscriber base. But I'm not gonna stop. So I could have a million follower channel and I have no idea. But the point here is that I need your help, all right? I'm assuming that the count that is being stated is the right subscribed count, and that, just make sure you subscribe to all the channels and ask other people to join in. I need to break the algorithm, all right? They've been bleeding me dry for 5 years, slowly, every time I post. So I did a lot for people. I think I need some help to bring up the subscriber base. With that said, also go to the store. You can the-studio-reykjavik.com and get the different products that I have. I have ebooks, I have supplements, I have classes about immunology and pulmonology that I did where you can download PDFs and watch a lot of different videos on the subject matter. You can get these anti-aging boxes and longevity boxes that I've curated to help support your health in different systems. I've designed it in such a way where it's improving different systems. And you can help by donating. You can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or Buy Me a Coffee. It's through the donations and the subscribers on Brighteon. The paid subscribers on Patreon that help with providing this stuff for free. So if you want to help, purchase the products, share the links, ask people to subscribe and to follow me, because there will be another biological crisis and you're going to need me to navigate you through it. And donate and subscribe to the paid Patreon. That helps to provide thousands of videos for free. I have thousands of videos for free. All right. I don't believe in a paywall kind of concept for doing like news, informational type stuff. I've done a lot for free. So it's through the ones that go to the store to purchase the products and to donate and to be a paid member on Patreon. The whole Patreon concept is to help support the channel so that new and free content is provided. And it's through your patronage that allows that to happen. So please, help support me, be able to build up this live stream kind of setup, and so it can be interactive. With that said, please go to the store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Let me just plug one product and we'll go to the videos. Of course I have lots of products to plug. That's why these shows are so damn long. But, I guess I'm entertaining too. But please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and soak up those free radicals. Get rid of those reactive oxygen species. Free radicals age tissue. Free radicals increase the stress in a cell. And to soak those up, to soak up those free radicals, taking C60 is a great way to do it. C60 is a very potent antioxidant. You take a teaspoon of it a day. You can get it in avocado oil, in extra virgin olive oil, or in MCT coconut oil. All right? And with this, it'll soak up those free radicals. You can get it in a 2 ounce, a 4 ounce, or an 8 ounce configuration. The higher the ounce of configuration, the cost per ounce is lower. The cost per ounce is lower if you buy a higher configuration. But take a teaspoon a day, and what that will do is it'll soak up those free radicals. C60 is a molecule. It looks like a soccer ball. It's a fullerene, and this soccer ball kind of structure, molecular structure, can soak up multiple free radicals. Vitamin C can also soak up free radicals, but it's only one molecule and it only can soak up one free radical, and it can't recharge. Once it soaks up the free radical, that vitamin C can't do another one. The way that the molecule is structured for C60, it can recharge and it can soak up more. All right, that's why it's so potent. So take a teaspoon a day. It'll bring down stress in the cell. It'll bring stress down in your tissues. And what will happen is that your mitochondrial health in those cells will improve. You'll have more ATP, so you'll have more energy. And by doing this, by reducing that stress, soaking up those free radicals, over time what's going to happen is that the tissue is going to get healthier. The cells are going to get healthier. And when they get healthier, they perform better. That means all different systems in your body are going to perform better. Your liver, your thyroid, your brain, your heart, your kidneys, everything is going to perform better because you're soaking up those free radicals. All right? When you have more energy and healthier cells, you'll have a better immune system. So this is like a super multi-purpose supplement that you should be taking. It's a major pillar to my anti-aging protocol. The anti-aging protocol is neutralize pathogens, soak up free radicals, bring down inflammation. When you do that on a continuous basis, you're going to see a major improvement in your health, and you're going to see a major improvement in the way your body ages. Everyone will age. Some people age slower, some people age faster. I'm giving you the recipe on how to age slower. All right? Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the C60. Now, for anyone that's buying on the store, all you got to do is type discount 5 in all caps, discount and then the number 5, and you get $5 off. That helps with the shipping for you, okay? So I'm giving you a way to, save a little bit of money, and I've had that discount 5 for 5 years. So and some people don't know about it, some people do. But the thing is that use the discount, all caps, discount 5, you'll get $5 off. All right? That way, you're getting the supplements you need. Take it, on a regular basis and improve your health. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the C60, the extra virgin olive oil, the avocado oil, and the MCT coconut oil. All right? And I'm always a professional operation here. MCT coconut oil. All right? So help support the channel. You get free content. You get free advice on how to improve your health. Get my interpretation on economics and geopolitics. It's a win-win, and it's interactive. I'm trying to build this thing where it's interactive, where you can literally see in real time what's going on in the market. All right? And news events just kind of happen, and those news events do get digested into the asset prices in the bond market, in the oil market, in crypto, in equities. So we're seeing this in real time, and we're participating and watching this together. So with that said, please go to the store, help support your health, and help support my work. All right, let's drop into Bloomberg for a sec while I set up Spaces here. Again, Spaces is for you to call in, just raise your hand, right, on X Spaces. Raise your hand, and I'll let you, ask a question or just talk a little bit about what you think is going on. But I got to set that up right now, so let me play the play what's going on.
Inherited the first term economy after most of the worst
That's
of the GFC recovery happened, and now he's stepping in after most of the worst of the inflation surge has happened. So he's had two really spectacular entry points. Let's see what he can do with it.
Well, Barry, better to be lucky than good. But I want to go back to what you said initially when I asked you about Europe, and you said it's the performance divergence between European and U.S. equities. I'll trump you on that. It's not just the divergence in equity performance; it's rate differentials, it's growth differentials, and all of that translates into a weaker euro. So I look ahead, and I'm asking you this really. I'm going to Barcelona in a couple weeks. I mean, should I just pack my bags, like bring empty suitcases? I mean, what does the dollar look like from the perspective of someone on the ground in Europe right now?
It's a golden era of American travel in Europe. When was the last time we were at this exchange ratio? I was in Italy in the fall. I was in Amsterdam about a year ago. As expensive as nice hotels are and nice restaurants are, the exchange rate.
I am thinking that this is the early signaling to investors in the currency market that we may see close to parity between euro and USD. Right now it's trading at 1.05. Yesterday it was trading at 1.46, 1.47. We may see a 1.0. I'm sorry, I said that wrong. It's trading at 1.05, and it was trading yesterday at 1.046, 1.047, somewhere in there. But I think probably into 2025, we're probably going to see something close to 1.02, 1.01, all right? And they're talking about, all right, this is talking about South Korea here. What's going on?
President Biden is in Angola this morning to promote Washington's investment in the sub-Saharan African nation.
The United States is all in Angola. We've already, my administration alone, has invested over $3 billion in Angola thus far.
However, the president is dealing with a controversy following his decision to pardon his son, Hunter Biden. Harry Shapley, an IRS investigator who worked on the Hunter Biden tax evasion case, took issue with the president's statement that his son faced prosecution only because he is his son.
If the Department of Justice truly is fair and treats every individual the same, then there's no way they could have not charged Hunter Biden.
Democratic Governor Jared Polis of Colorado said he was deeply disappointed that the president put his family ahead of the country. Donald Trump says he's going to Paris on Saturday to celebrate the reopening of Notre Dame Cathedral after the devastating fire 5 years ago. Bloomberg's Stephanie Baker reports it will make French President Emmanuel Macron the third foreign leader Trump has seen since his election win last month.
They had a bit of a love-hate relationship during Trump's first term. They were very friendly for a period and then openly hostile. I think Macron will be eager to meet with Trump as he is in the middle of a political crisis at home and a political challenge from the far right.
Bloomberg senior writer Stephanie Baker. Meanwhile, French lawmakers will hold a no-confidence vote tomorrow, with far-right leader Marine Le Pen expected to join forces with a left-wing coalition to topple the government. Global news 24 hours a day, whenever you want it, with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr, and this is Bloomberg. Damien, Paul, and Lisa.
All right, so the market did open up. Right now, the equity market is trading at 6,040, so for the S&P 500. Bitcoin is down right now. When you look at the ETFs, I look at the BITO ETF for longing Bitcoin and the BITI for shorting Bitcoin. So right now the shorting of Bitcoin is appreciating. VIX is at 1366, very low VIX, so that means low risk. Equities probably are going to go up, close higher. And euro is trading at 1.052. Oil is 68.97. So oil's still, below that $70 a barrel. Now, if things start ramping up in the Middle East, I would suspect that oil would go up a above 70. Now, what is interesting here is that compared to yesterday, the dollar is weakening, all right? Because remember, the dollar was trading at, relative to the euro, that trading pair, euro to USD, was trading at 1.04746, something like that. And then it started to come back up. Now, it's now at 1.052. But yet, Bitcoin ETF for shorting it is going up. So that means that Bitcoin is weakening. So dollar's weakening and Bitcoin is weakening. This is the reason why I keep on saying that Bitcoin is a very volatile virtual asset class that most likely will never supersede the dollar. But, you know, because of that volatility, money can be made in it. But economically, I don't think it's viable. I don't think there's a viable currency. Okay, so with that, let's take a look at Fox Business. This is dealing with Trump is ready to drop the mother of all bombs, whatever that Moab is. Let's find out.
Trump demanding that all hostages held by Hamas be released before his inauguration on January 20th. Trump posted on Truth Social, if the hostages are not released prior to January 20th, 2025, the date that I proudly assume office of President of the United States, there will be all hell to pay in the Middle East. The Israeli Defense Forces confirming American-Israeli hostage Omer Nutra was killed in battle on October 7th. His body has been held hostage in Gaza. Joining me now is Georgia Congressman Richard McCormick, a member of the House Foreign Affairs Armed Services Committee on Science, Space, and Technology. He's also the Republican Study Committee and the GOP Doctors Caucus. Congressman, thanks very much for being here this morning. Give us your reaction now that we know this Israeli American was in fact killed and is dead. His body held hostage by the Hamas terrorists, and now Trump is reacting. Your reaction?
I've been saying this for a long time. When you exude weakness, your enemies will flourish, and this is exactly what's happened. The Biden administration has been the worst foreign policy I've ever seen in the history of the United States. I used to teach this stuff, evolutionary warfare, and I can't stand what I've seen. It's great to have President Trump coming in and actually not just talking softly and carrying a big stick, but actually flexing on something that we've always had.
I know that some people are against the whole war in the Middle East and all that, and I understand why. I understand why certain people feel that way. I get it. All right, but just from American point of view, all right, we had an American/Israeli hostage that died. My understanding is that person died on October 7th, all right, of last year. I could be wrong. Maybe we're talking about different people here. The United States was giving money to Israel and to the Palestinians, all right? Why didn't the Biden administration say to the Palestinians, you'll get the money when all hostages that are American are released, or any of the dead are released, and then we'll give you, money for, humanitarian support? What was wrong with that kind of policy? I mean, don't we have isn't it our obligation to the family members of this dead American to make sure that that person comes home and is buried appropriately? We as a people in the United States, the government has an obligation to make sure that they bend over backwards to bring back our dead, bring back our hostages. And they had the power of the purse. Biden had the power of the purse. He could have told the Palestinians, you don't get any humanitarian aid until the American hostages are released, dead or alive. He didn't do that. Why? I just wish that there's just more peace in the world. But unfortunately, to get to that peaceful world, we're going to have to go through some tumultuous times.
in history, which is the most lethal military organization in the world, and people should fear us when they do wrong, and they have done us wrong, and they haven't done anything to right this incredible injustice. I'm glad that we're going to have a president who's going to stand up for what's right and get something done for a change.
Yeah, I mean, he's tough, and he's saying so. I'm wondering what the reaction on the other side will be. Do you expect we could actually see a resolution? I mean, do you have any indication that the hostages will be released?
I think they will. As a matter of fact, I think people realize that this is the guy who dropped the mother of all bombs. When he says something, he means it. People should be fearful when you do wrong. That's what the military is for. I don't think the Middle East folks that we've dealt with, whether it be in Afghanistan, Iraq, other places, they understand one thing. They understand strength. And when you exude strength, your enemies will comply. And I think that's exactly what's going to happen.
Well, I mean, what is the budget for the Pentagon? I mean, DOGE co-leaders Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy are set to meet with GOP lawmakers this week. Elon is proposing to cut the Pentagon's $824 billion budget after it failed its 7th audit in a row. Elon Musk posted this on X. The government needs to stop wasting your hard-earned money. On the campaign trail, Musk touted the need for DOGE, saying, quote, the interest, just the interest that we owe on our national debt is higher than the defense budget. Over $1 trillion and growing is where this...
That is crazy. We issue bonds, and by issuing those bonds, that's how we're financing our debt. And we have to pay interest on those bonds. And the interest on the bonds are larger than the Defense Department. This is what Neil Ferguson, when he wrote his books, about UK and what happened pre-World War I and during World War I and the intermediate years and then World War II, it was about the bond market. Their country was stressed because they issued too much debt. And because of that, they couldn't invest in their military, and when that happened, the empire started to fall. Now, what do we have in the United States? We have too much debt, and our military isn't at its full capability to be able to wage war in the Pacific. So it's possible that the U.S. loses the Pacific theater if China wants to really ramp it up with Taiwan. It's possible. I hope it doesn't happen, but the United States has not invested as much as it should have in its military, especially in its Navy. And the Navy experts have been saying this for years, going all the way back to Obama's administration, that there's a problem. That we don't have enough ships. We're sending a lot of foreign direct investment into China that's being funneled into their defense. So we've been building up our enemy called the CCP. And we have a lot of debt now because of social programs, because of Lehman, because of, the crisis in 2020. So the United States is on a knife's edge, right? And if we want to take a lesson learned from the fall of the British Empire, it was about debt issuance. It was about the bond payments. It was about the interest. The amount of GDP that a country can produce relative to its debt is a major indicator. And the alarm bells are signing, just ringing, boom, 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 boom. All these alarm bells are ringing that the United States is in danger. Over $1 trillion in interest. We got a runaway government spending way too much money. And this is part of the reason why you can go to these agencies and say, we don't have the money, so we don't hire these people. We don't have the money, so we truncate your power. We don't have the money, so we eliminate certain departments. That's how corporate America would do it. So what's so different about corporate America versus the government? It's a major problem. If we want to have another 250 years of Americana, we're going to have to make sure that our debt to GDP ratio is manageable. Right now, it's not manageable.
going. The interest. The country is going to go bankrupt. That's why we need the Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, on a brass plaque on a desk, Congressman. Nice tweet from Elon Musk. But what do you make of that? The fact that the interest alone is rivaling the amount of money we spend on defense. Is that the budget, 824?
Well, that's exactly.
We have all seen the devastating images in the news. Homes destroyed, loved ones lost. When an emergency strikes,
Well, that's exactly what we've all been talking about. Well, at least the Republicans anyways. The problem with the Democrats is they've never run out of things that they can give away for free, quote unquote. When you talk about $1 trillion in debt payment just on interest alone every year, we can't just talk about the military. Though the military can do some things better. We can save some money just in the way contract. We're going to be careful that we don't decrease our abilities because China is right on our heels. However, if you talk about 75% of the budget, 75% is non-discretionary. We're going to have some hard decisions. We got to bring the Democrats in and talk about Social Security, Medicaid, Medicare. There's hundreds of billions of dollars to be saved, and we know how to do it. We just have to have the stomach to actually take those challenges on. But we can't just talk about our discretionary budget. That's
And
less than 25% of our budget.
another thing that a lot of people knee-jerk when they're pushing back on certain policies and certain social programs in the United States when you want to cut funding. There's a budget for a particular program. Some of that is money that goes to the actual citizen for that relief. Let's just say Medicare or Medicaid. Money goes for those Medicare and Medicaid payments, for service, of the patient, right? But there's also money for the administration that manages that department. Well, maybe they're not managing the department enough, good enough. So you can cut, let's say, I'm just using it as an example. Let's just say Medicare has $1 trillion budget. I don't know what the budget is, but let's just say it has $1 trillion, all right? I'm sure it's lower than that, but let's just use it as an example. Let's just say Medicare, Medicaid has $1 trillion budget. Let's say 80% of that goes for patient services, all right? And 20% goes to administration. Why can't you cut the administration and make it more efficient, especially in the computer age? Why can't you say that perhaps certain services are being over-prescribed where the patient may not need it? Because the doctors, want to build it up, So there's waste. There's wasteful spending. So if you get rid of the wasteful spending, it's not really going to affect the patient. Now go to Social Security, for example. You can reduce the actual budget for Social Security, right? But it doesn't mean that the actual payments to the elderly go down. They may actually go up with a lower budget because you're getting rid of the waste. If you're getting rid of the waste, there will be more efficient dollars available for these people. Or what might happen is that you cut the budget of Social Security, and there's no change in Social Security to the elderly's point of view. But from the bean counter's point of view, from the accountant's point of view, the budget for the whole department for Social Security has gone down because you stopped the wasteful spending. That's what DOGE is all about. But what's going to happen is the Democrats are going to say, well, DOGE, you're trying to cut Social Security, and so grandma isn't going to be able to buy food. No, you can cut the budget for a particular department and actually have more money for the actual client, in this case, the elderly. We got to get rid of the wasteful, bureaucratic spending. And when you do that, there's probably close to $2 trillion of waste in government. So it's a good thing to get more efficient. We see this in corporate America, where if the corporation isn't efficient, its bottom line isn't good. Investors don't want to, buy their stock, and lots of problems happen. So what happens is there's a feedback. The C-suite, the CEOs, the CFOs, they get that signal from the investors that, and from the board that things are not right, restructure. Well, the government should get that signal too. And the problem is the last 30, 40 years, the government hasn't been getting that signal. It hasn't been paying attention to the signal that it needs to be restructured. There needs to be reorganization. Certain departments need to die. A lot of departments need to shrink. Wasteful spending needs to stop. They need to, get more efficient with certain types of technologies. And when that happens, we're gonna have a better budget. So let's keep in mind that cutting a budget for a particular service or department in the government does not necessarily mean that the end user's services are cut. Especially when you go and try to restructure those departments to be more efficient at the administrative level. All right? What will happen is that the Democrats are going to say Granny isn't going to, get her benefits, but make sure that those people that are working at the IRS or, in government are, getting their increases. Make sure that they're increasing their departments with headcount. Well, maybe they don't need to increase their departments with headcount. Maybe the workers in some of these government agencies should work harder. Just like in corporate America, when there's a restructuring, the people that are surviving within the organization, they just have to work harder. So the problem is that progressivism in the context of the Democratic Party has cut off that signal for restructuring for the last 30 or 40 years. So the government needs to be restructured, and that's what DOGE is. Find the wasteful spending, cut it. That may mean just reducing budgets. It may mean actually cutting headcount. It may mean totally getting rid of certain departments. Certain departments pop up for a certain reason decades ago. Maybe we don't need those departments anymore. Case in point, we had a lot of emergency powers that were given to the national security state right after 9/11. Do they still need those budgets? Do they still need emergency post 9/11 funds to hire those executives, to hire the administrative staff? I thought bin Laden was killed. So the answer is the government needs major restructuring.
We have to have some real hard discussions.
Well, we talk about this all the time. It seems like we're constantly talking about where to cut and the fact that the fight over defense. Do you believe that the defense budget should be cut?
I'm not a big fan of that. I think we can do things a lot better, but when we're
The Defense Department budget needs to stop wasteful spending. And they need to make sure that they can pass an audit before they get another dime from the American taxpayer. Now, I do believe that certain programs that we've been funding, let's say the F-35, why did we need like 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 different versions of it? We didn't. So there was wasteful spending with the F-35. This is a perfect example where that wasteful spending can be cut. You want the plane, you get the plane, but you don't get all these options. You only have X amount of money, and you're not every branch of government is going to have a certain version of the F-35. The Air Force has a different version of the F-35 than the Navy. The Navy has a different version of the F-35 than the Air Force and the Marines. Why? We don't have the money. Yeah, maybe it would be nice to have all this optionality, but it costs more to develop. It costs more to test. It costs more to make. It costs more to maintain. Don't have the money, you don't get the optionality. Sorry, Marines, tough. That's the kind of thing that we could tighten the belt for defense. They need to pass an audit. Them wasteful spending and not being able to know how the money is being spent is ridiculous. Especially when you can literally create accounting codes that are actually tied to blockchains. So a fund can come in, you get a fund, funds come in from the government to the government, follow my logic here. Funds come into the government, let's say the Defense Department, let's say $300 billion. Those $300 billion, there's 300 billion blockchains that are created. And every single dollar can be tracked through the balance sheet on how that money went in and where it went when they're tying the money to a blockchain. That's the power of blockchain. They don't want to do that because that would mean that it's real-time audited. Now, yes, money is fungible and blah, 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 but you can literally tie, in the accounting software, a blockchain to a dollar and how it's spent. So that's maybe how you can tighten up the belt for the Defense Department and improve the auditing process. And maybe Doge is working on that. Who knows? I have a feeling they are. In addition, right-sizing the military. Where's the threats? Where's the systems that need to be built for the next war? Not the last war, the next war. Because we seem to be always building for the last war, not the next war. So the Navy seems to be a little bit shortchanged. So maybe there needs to be a little bit more emphasis there. So money being spent may not need to go up. There's lots of systems where there's wasteful spending. This happens at NASA a lot, okay? What happens is you have a senator that has a lot of congressional power, all right? And he's on a committee, let's say for the Defense Department, and they want to pass a bill to increase certain funds for a certain weapon system. But it so happens that that weapon system is being designed or built or both in his state. He wants those jobs. But it's not necessarily a system that they really need. Maybe they can make it in, let's say this senator is from Arizona, but there's a system that is adequate for the job that's being built in Texas. So maybe they don't need this new system. Or maybe they don't need a new option to a certain system that would be made in Arizona. But the senator doesn't care about the money being spent because they're just going to print more treasury bills and print more money. So the senator doesn't care from Arizona. He's going to say, let's build that system because that's going to create more jobs in my state. Meanwhile, it's wasteful spending. We need efficient spending for the military, not wasteful spending. So again, cutting the budget may actually, when it's done properly, actually make the Defense Department, our military, more lethal because it's more focused. And stop all these crazy development projects that cost overruns and don't work. That's the way you do it. And that's the power of Doge. It's putting in, we don't have enough MBAs running government. We have too many lawyers running government. And the lawyers, the last I looked, don't know much about economics. Most lawyers don't understand economics. So they just keep on printing and printing and printing and printing. All of a sudden, Everyone is laden with debt, and our society collapses. Thank you, lawyer, for collapsing the society. Maybe we need some MBAs coming into the government and doing a little bit of bean counting and saying, you know what, you're not efficient, get efficient, or die on the vine. That's how corporate America is. Why isn't that the way the government works?
You talk about what's happening in Taiwan, what's happening in the Middle East, what's happening with Israel, what's happening in Ukraine. This is an unstable place, an unstable time. We have to be very careful. We have to have a real conversation. When you talk about cutting the budget, I'm all about that. And quite frankly, we need to. But we often argue about the 10% of the leftover budget that's left over when we talk about the 75% of the non-discretionary and the 15% with the military and then 10% of everything else. We haven't had the right discussions at all.
Right.
Quite frankly,
Forget about this discretionary, non-discretionary, blah, blah, blah. Go to every single department and find out where the waste is and cut it. That's how corporate America is. Let's say there's a problem in your industry and people aren't buying your products anymore. And stock prices in your sector is going down. The bean counters come in and they find a way to keep the ship afloat. That's the problem that we have in government. We don't have anyone going in making sure the ship is afloat. We have a lot of lawyers out there where they're trying to say, well, we don't legally have a hole in our ship and we have water coming in and we legally, I can, talk it to the moon that the ship isn't sinking. But in reality, the ship is sinking because we have a hole in it, because we're over in debt. So lawyer, step aside, let the MBAs come in and fix the problem. Lawyers are not trained to fix problems like this.
30% deficit spending, actually over 30% deficit spending per year. If you cut the entire military, that's only 15%. We have to have a realistic conversation about where we're going to make some real changes, free the economy, grow it faster than the inflation, actually produce more tax revenue by doing that. But we
cut taxes, cut wasteful spending, more people will buy. When that happens, when there's more money in people's pockets, the GDP will go up. There'll be more tax revenue because of a growing economy, and we'll be able to pay off our debt. This is it's a win-win. So when you have Democrats saying, oh, you're gonna cut taxes, oh, that's gonna create a deficit. Well, you're also cutting wasteful spending, and you're having a growing economy because people have more money in their pocket.
to have some real hard discussions about the 75% of the budget we never talk about.
Yeah, well, I mean, Todd Pyro, even though our adversaries are on the march, you've got obviously China every day trying to undermine America. You've got Russia, same thing, North Korea, Iran. You still have to question whether or not the $824 billion budget, the defense budget, should be cut, given the fact they keep failing these audits.
Yeah, and
No, I get that.
TikTok keeps trying to tell me that I have secretly wavy hair. I'm gonna prove them wrong. Oh my god, they're right. I started using custom hair care from Pros because I was starting to feel like I wasn't.
yeah, and
No, I get that, and we need accountability, and we need to talk about contracting, we need to talk about consistency, we need to talk about the future technologies, drones and other things like that. We can never leave out the Marines because we still have to take ground. But really, like I said, I get the whole military budget and how to be accountable, but if you cut the entire military budget, you're still over 15% in the hole. We have to have a lot of discussions, not just about the military.
Let me bring in Todd Pyro. Go ahead, Todd.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Congressman, I understand what you're saying. I just view the plight of the American soldier as something where, why do we have these individuals need food stamps if we have an $800+ billion budget?
Exactly.
And I understand
the cost overruns and the optionality on the F-35. That money could have gone to making sure that our homeless vets have a home, get job training, and get the medical care they need. Just with the overspending from the F-35. This is the point I'm making. And it's a travesty where you have senators that care about their own constituents at workers in their state, willing to waste American taxpayer money so they look good to their state constituents, while you have homeless vets around the country not getting the care they need. No, we don't need 6 options for the F-35. Sorry.
Their explanations always given. It just seems very incongruous to me to have these federal contractors that make money because they can't budget, combined with the fact that the Pentagon itself has these overruns and can't account for money, while our brave men and women are suffering. You know, they're the ones that are signing up to fight and die for our country. If there's going to be an inflated budget, those individuals that are volunteering for that should be the ones that are getting the money. And I understand that that's not necessarily how it works, but I do agree with Maria in the sense that there is an ability to cut. And if there's not, let's make sure that the people doing the fighting are getting the money. Your thoughts?
Yeah, and let me just jump in there and mention COVID and all the spending that happened on after
by the
COVID
way,
times. I mean,
most of these senators that are using your taxpayer dollars wastefully for these defense programs that we really don't need. Some we do, but the optionality, especially on the F-35, we didn't. A lot of them did not serve their country. Isn't that interesting? And they'll send their kids to Yale and Harvard and Brown, and they'll make sure that their kids are okay and they're going to the private schools. But they won't support our vets. I mean, I'll tell you, someone should design an app where it tracks the military service of a particular senator, if they had service or not, and their kids, if they served or not, and where their kids go to school. And I think that you're going to find some really interesting trends. And that's the reason why America starts to get pissed off about an aristocracy. I mean, America's not about aristocracies. It's about merit and working hard and, moving forward. We had a war in the 1700s against, monarchs and the aristocracy.
Now we're getting these new details from the House Select Committee on the coronavirus pandemic, releasing a report of more than 500 pages, which detailed the review of the federal pandemic response, which included trillions of dollars in spending. It included the virus.
I don't want to play this part because I'll get a strike on YouTube, and this is the reason why you need to help support my work, because there's certain things I can't say or I get my channel blows up. I had 2 channels that were nuked, all right, during the crisis. Now, and of course, the subscribers getting bled every time I think, but I'm going to talk in code here. I can't play the rest of this video. There's a document that came out that proves what I said in 2020. All right? Now, it goes farther than that because there was joint development between the USA and the CCP. So there was a USA V and a CCP V. And we know what V means, right? So it's the USA CCP V. Not just the CCP V. I can't play the rest of this video, unfortunately, because I'm going to get a strike. This is this fucking censorship that I got to deal with. I can't even tell you what I think. Meanwhile, it's so frustrating. It really is frustrating. I'm going to go to General Keane because, if you're frustrated, you might as well listen to a general, right?
I ran a survey asking people what is their #1 favorite fragrance of all time. And to no surprise.
Welcome back. President-elect Donald Trump promising there will be, quote, all hell to pay in the Middle East, unquote, if Hamas does not release the remaining hostages being held in Gaza before his inauguration next month. In a Truth Social post, Trump warns, quote, those responsible will be hit harder than anybody has been hit in the long and storied history of the United States of America. Release the hostages now. Meanwhile, ceasefire violations between Israel and Hezbollah are mounting less than a week after the deal took effect. The U.S. reportedly telling Israel it's concerned that this deal could unravel. Israeli Defense Forces also accusing UN peacekeepers who are supposed to be helping monitor the ceasefire, but they're accusing them of enabling the Hezbollah terrorists. Joining me now is Fox News senior strategic analyst and chairman of the Institute for the Study of War, General Jack Keane. General, great to see you this morning. Thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, delighted to be here, Maria.
First, on President Trump's post, all hell is coming to the terrorists who are holding those hostages if they don't release them. Your reaction?
Well, certainly he's reinforcing, what Prime Minister Netanyahu has been saying for some time, and I think everyone in the Middle East recognizes that the incoming administration is going to pretty much support what Prime Minister Netanyahu has been attempting to achieve from the outset. And that certainly is to defeat Hamas, which they've done militarily, and then destroy the remnants of it as much as possible. And obviously, President Trump is supporting what took place with Hezbollah and that ceasefire, although we know from the outset it would likely be fragile. I think Iran and the proxies recognize full out that the idea of micromanaging Prime Minister Netanyahu, the incumbent administration has been doing, holding back weapons and not providing them all the support is going to change on January 20th. And they're certainly bracing for that. I think Iran, just as Russia is doing and China is doing, has to be reassessing the situation in terms of the U.S. presidency and the fact that President Trump has a history of not appeasing our adversaries, but actually confronting them. And that certainly will be the major issue that they're reassessing. How much of their goals can they still accomplish with this administration?
I wonder if that's going to be enough to move them to release these hostages. What do you
Just
think?
a reminder for the ones that are watching live on either channel on YouTube, you can join X Spaces and ask a question or just listen that way. It's a great way to interact with the show. The ones that are listening right now with X Spaces, just raise your hand or whatever, and if you want to pontificate, ask a question, give me your opinion on what's going on. This whole idea is supposed to be interactive. So if you want to talk, just let me know and I'll let you talk on X Spaces.
Your gut say?
Well, it comes down to, Sinwar wouldn't do it unless the Israelis completely got out of Gaza. And the people that took over from him are saying the same thing. However, they initiated the negotiations that are going on now. Hamas did. And that's very different from where we are in the past. And we'll just see. Look, we've been down this road since December of last year when the 105 were released. And there's been so many false promises, and the administration always spun the fact that we're getting close, we're getting close, we're getting close, and we never got there. So I don't have any optimism about it. Let's just see what takes place here. And certainly Israel, frankly, is not leaving. And as a matter of fact, Israel is constructing plans.
You know what it is
really
that Trump has taken a page from Reagan. Remember that transition between Carter to Reagan, there was the Iran hostage crisis. And the Reagan administration, before it had its inauguration, warned the Iranians that you have to release the hostages. All right. So remember with Trump, like I said, there's a little bit of Reagan in him. There's a lot of JFK in him, right? There is a lot of George Washington. So, he's an amalgamation of different souls, when it comes to the presidents. It's very interesting. And I think that combination creates this volatility, right? But having fortitude, right? Trump is exuding fortitude here. It's going to change the dynamics of what's going on in Europe, what's going on in the Middle East, and hopefully what's going on in China. Now, it's better not to have war. It really is. It's better not to have war. But if you can't have peace, then you have to have all-out war to have peace.
By the Gaza Strip in terms of a multi-year occupation. They know full well that they can't walk out of there, turn their backs on Hamas, and then they'll obviously reorganize, re-equip, and sometime re-attack. They've got to monitor the situation, and no one else is going to come and monitor the situation effectively for them. They realize that now.
Yeah.
So that's what's ahead here. We'll see if this new leadership of Hamas is willing to make a deal on the hostages or not. Obviously, they have not up until this date.
As Syria is bubbling up, right, and continuing, the U.S. is now calling for de-escalation in Syria after the Syrian Islamist forces seized control over most of Aleppo, Syria's second largest city, in a surprise offensive over the weekend. The Syrian army launching airstrikes on the rebel forces in and around Aleppo yesterday in a joint attack with Russia. Iran-backed militias also crossing the border to bolster the Syrian army. Iran is claiming the U.S. and Israel are behind this renewed fighting and challenged the Assad regime in Syria. General, assess the Syrian military here and this situation.
You know, it took 4 years for the Assad regime to take Aleppo, assisted by a huge amount of Russian carpet bombing and the rest of it. It was actually killed tens of thousands of people. And in 48 hours, this Islamic militia took the city back. I mean, it is stunning for that to happen. A couple of reasons for it. The Syrian military, their ground forces, has always been inadequate. The major ground force that fought against the opposition forces for all these number of years was Hezbollah. Tens of thousands of them there, to be frank about it. Where is Hezbollah now? They are not in Syria. They have been dealing with the Israelis. So that's one thing. Their most effective ground force is no longer there. Number two, the Syrian army that is left is demoralized. They have no will to fight. The economy is in the tank. The people, in a sense of despair and hopelessness themselves, and obviously the army comes from the people themselves. They all have families. So when the militia approached the city, the army just fled. They just collapsed, took their uniforms off, and collapsed. Wow. There was hardly any fighting whatsoever. Now what's taking place is the army is making a defense north of Hama, which is a city south of Aleppo. Russian air power is into it now and is bombing into Aleppo. And it remains to be seen whether they'll be able to hold that or not. I don't see the Islamic militia going all the way to Damascus and threatening the capital city. But this is a major turnaround, certainly, in this war. And it also reflects the complications that are going on in the Middle East with Hezbollah dealing with Israel and Hamas, and both of them back on their heels with significant losses and degrading. And I think Iran is back on its heels. Look at, they never did the airstrike back to retaliate. I think Israel took away their air defense systems, and Iran knows full well if they attacked Israel again, that they're naked. They're absolutely defenseless against an Israeli air campaign. So I think Israel, it seems obvious that they were able to deter Iran. They escalated, and as a result of that, they deterred Iran, and that it means it's very successful. Back on their heels, and here comes the Trump administration. Appeasement is over, and they're going to, I suspect, privately and maybe somewhat publicly, they're going to tell Iran in no uncertain terms, this business of attacking U.S. bases in the region is over. Firing missiles at our warships in the Red Sea, trying to keep the Suez Canal is over. Yeah. And this kind of aggressive and malign behavior in the region, we're going to stand up to it. I suspect that's what's going to happen, and the Iranians are bracing themselves for it.
Yeah, that's very promising to see the Iranians on their heels. And then there's Ukraine, General. The Biden administration has announced a new $725 million weapons package for Ukraine less than 2 months ago before President-elect Trump.
I wonder how much of that $725 million would be able to feed homeless vets or retrain them for, for jobs, skilled jobs, or house them. I really don't care about the Ukrainians. I care about our armed service members and how they serve their country honorably, unlike Hunter Biden.
White House, NATO Secretary General is also warning Trump that the U.S. would face a dire threat from China, Iran, and North Korea if Ukraine is pushed to sign a peace deal with terms that are favorable to Russia. This is Secretary of State Anthony Blinken attends the final NATO foreign ministers meeting of the Biden administration. That kicks off in Brussels today. Ukraine is expected to be the focus there, General. Look, I understand all of these adversaries are on the march, but this continuation of giving money and weapons to Ukraine, is that in jeopardy as Trump enters?
Well, I think what...
In this video, I'm going to be reviewing the Woobles Learn to Crochet kit and seeing if it is as easy as they claim. Now, I am a crocheter.
Well, I think what's going to happen here, President Trump will get an assessment of what's taking place in Ukraine, certainly, and take his classified briefings, which I'm sure he's done by now, and get his national security team together. The reality is, you know, Ukraine has destroyed half of Russia's military capability today. And think about that. We haven't expended any soldiers in doing that. We've provided them money. The Europeans are on record now providing more support than we're provided to Ukraine. Ukraine is not the obstacle to a peace deal. Russia's the obstacle. The Ukrainians want peace. They didn't want war in 2014. They certainly didn't want it in 22, and they certainly would like it to end now. They're the victims of this aggression. But Russia is going to dig their heels in. Russia thinks because there's been so much talk about the United States pushing Ukraine into a deal that Russia has the upper hand, that they're going to try to extract concessions out of the United States, even if they go into negotiations. Right now, their position is they're going to stiff us and not go into negotiations and attempt to get it. I say give the Trump administration time to get settled here. Give General Kellogg time to get his team around him and assess the situation. And what we need to do, I think, is go into negotiations, strengthen Ukraine's hand, give them the leverage to go in there, and let's make a deal that's favorable to them. We're not neutral here, trying to arbitrate between a union and a corporate headquarters and make the deal fair to each other. That's not our position. Our position should be we favor our partner, and Russia committed this aggression. Let's get a deal that's favorable to them.
See, you know,
Well,
the problem
does
with
it
Keane,
deal-
the problem with Keane is he still has this mentality that NATO was not at fault. NATO's expansion was the catalyst for the problem that we have in Ukraine. All right. I want to roll back the live feed from Bloomberg because they're talking about France and some of the problems that are happening in the bank. And I think that may be a problem. But before we do that, I'm going to do a product plug because that's how we support this channel. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great structural neo silver drops that I have. I have it in 3 different flavors. Right? I have it in blueberry in 100 count, honey and lemon in 100 count, and also cherry in 100 count. This is really important. It's made from structural nano silver. It will, right when you have that irritant in your throat, right? You get that little scratchy feeling in your throat or you're feeling some sort of irritation, start taking the drops right away, right? What will happen is that structural nano silver will mitigate that irritant and maintain that mucosal barrier. That's really important because by maintaining that mucosal barrier and you're neutralizing the irritant, you're reducing the chances of further infection. So it's really important to do it right away, all right? A lot of people don't realize that, you know what, if you don't neutralize this stuff right away, either, during the allergy season or even during the cold season, you are increasing your chances of further inflammation and infection. So you don't want that. So get a couple bags for your household. Be ready for the cold season. Very important. We're, in the United States, we're in the cold season. Cold season starts around October all the way into March. And you know what? You're ready. So get a couple bags. Get whatever flavor that you like, cherry, honey and lemon or blueberry. They're very high quality. So go to the store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Be ready for the cold season, or even, when the allergy season starts to kick up, in the spring. I have partnered up with Rainbow Herbals, and we've created these great deodorants for males and females. I have it in citrus, and I also have it in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree. These are made from essential oils from the Himalayas. The ingredients in these bars are top-notch, all right? Very high quality. In addition, there's no aluminum or baking soda in this, all right? And it's a dual-purpose product. You use it as a deodorant for males and females, and it will help to detoxify your body. So this is a great way to smell great and to detoxify your body. So go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the deodorants either in citrus or in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree. All right, I prefer the citrus. Why? Because I don't like peppermint. And DrPaulCottrell cannot like peppermint. All right. Next, I've never liked peppermint. Ever since I was a kid. Like peppermint candies and stuff. I can't stand peppermint. All right. I want to roll back the live feed from Bloomberg about it's hard to roll back these things for Bloomberg because their feed is so large. Okay, we're almost there. We're almost there. Trying to find the French coverage of the banking problem that they're having. And while we were listening to General Keane, they were playing it. Okay, here we go.
You're Marine Le Pen, expected to join forces with a left-wing coalition.
Marine Le Pen.
Marine Le Pen to topple.
You do Spanish, I do French.
Yes.
Yeah.
Looking at potentially toppling the government of Prime Minister Michel Barnier.
Well, welcome back. President-elect Trump demanding.
Julian Pontus joins us from Bloomberg News. He's in our Paris bureau today. Julian, what's the latest reporting? What's the timing of next steps?
The next step is going to be the no-confidence vote, which will take place at the National Assembly tomorrow, late afternoon or in the evening. And most people expect the government to be toppled by the left and the far right both voting against Macron's the center-right government at the moment. So, but it's not quite dramatic on markets. If you look at markets today, you wouldn't think something like that is happening. The French stocks are roughly flat at the moment.
Right, so why is that? Because if the government falls, it's going to be the same thing over and over, right? You're going to have President Emmanuel Macron try and get a coalition. The same thing is going to wind up happening. He just pushes it off and pushes it off. Where is that risk in the market?
Well, you could say it's already priced in. French stocks are roughly, have underperformed roughly 10% the rest of the European market this year. So it's minus something like 3% year to date or 5%. The pan-European stock 600 is up 6-7% or something like that. In terms of the bond market, there's been a widening of the spread with Germany. We're roughly at 85 bips, which is fairly big because it's a high that was last seen during the sovereign debt crisis of 2012 and 2011. But in the big scheme of things, the yields have come down. So you could say there's a lot of trouble in the ride. Like investors were expecting this to happen, it's happening, and in a way, it looks pretty much priced in.
So, Julian, let's assume this no confidence vote happens. What are the next day practicalities? What happens the day after?
Well, the day after, the government must resign, and then it's up to President Macron to decide what to do. So he can reappoint Barnier if he wants to. He can find someone else. He can leave Barnier as in a caretaker capacity. He'll need to find another person, another way to get enough votes for the budget. No one really sees how he's going to do that now, so it's more like in terms of practicalities, it's not, there are provisions in the French Constitution that basically the country will not face a shutdown like in the US.
Right.
But it doesn't mean there's,
No, go ahead.
Yeah, no, so there's no shutdown, but it's complicated. I mean, it's you can roll over some of the 2024 budget. You can, there are provisions that you can use, but you still don't have a budget for 2025. So in terms of deficit, a lot of measures can't be taken. It murks the French outlook for sure.
It's murky, and then you add a potential
murky.
trade war again, even though President Trump seems to be very much focused on Mexico, Canada, and China still. All right, Julian, thanks a lot.
This is interesting because, the French are supporting the Ukrainian war. So if they don't have a budget, how do they maintain the war effort?
That is, it's true. Julian joining us, Bloomberg Paris reporter. Thanks very much. He is coming to the opening of Notre Dame, which I heard is going to be gorgeous. All right, let's get the market then take here with Nancy Tangler, CEO and CIO of Laffer Tangler Investments. Nancy, I keep reading about how there's so much money in stocks. We're still in a U.S. exceptionalism kind of situation, but no one wants to pull the trigger and sell and go somewhere else. What are you guys doing?
Yeah, well, we still like the U.S. best house on the block in terms of earnings growth, in terms of productivity, in terms of technology.
All right. So I just wanted to play the Bloomberg feed on France right now. I'm going to do a market recap here. So right now the market for the S&P 500 is trading at 6,037. So it's a little bit lower than the opening for today. VIX is still relatively low at 1363. The Euro USD is trading at 1.05, and oil is trading at 69.64. And Bitcoin for the ETF BITO is trading at 24,785, and it is net change is up. So right now Bitcoin is oscillating back and forth between those two ETFs, BITO and BITI. Okay, Cash Jordan just released a video. It's titled, New York City Installs Cameras to Tax Trump Supporters. So let's find out what he has to say.
Cancer is a long journey. It's overwhelming, but you just have to put your mind.
Governor Hochul officially bringing back to life the controversial and many say important congestion pricing plan. It's going to cost money to drive below 60th Street in Manhattan, and the money will be used to fund mass transit. This after the presidential election.
Yeah, that's the promise of every new tax. Pay it, and we'll save the world with it. But if you look at New York City's aging subway and bus infrastructure, the $20 billion spent keeping it this way isn't exactly saving anything. However, this driving tax, which will negatively affect areas of New York that voted red in larger numbers than ever before, was suspiciously paused last summer before the presidential election. But now that the election is over and President Trump has won, the local government here has decided to bring it back.
Here we go again. Congestion pricing is back with a countdown to a January 5th start. The latest version sets the price tag at $9 per vehicle. Those who drive in the city for a living are living.
It's not fair for the passengers or for the driver.
Congestion pricing is intended to ease traffic in Manhattan while raising $15 billion for the MTA.
My supplier, most of them, they grab one from Queens to here. They're going to increase the food price and the food supply with our restaurant for sure.
It's going to hurt a lot of people.
people, a lot of businesses, and I'm going to be one of them.
Hochul came out against this before the election, probably thought it would help the Democrats.
That's exactly right. This was nothing but a shell game by Kathy Hochul to make sure that the state elected officials throughout this state were reelected.
I spoke about working New Yorkers, hard-working New Yorkers, and I said I would fight to put as much money back in their pockets as I possibly could.
America's got to get back to America again, what it was when I was a...
Governor Hochul, how economically are you giving hard-working New Yorkers more money when you are charging them with these fees to travel up and down Manhattan? I mean, $9? My understanding it's $9 both one way, so it's $18 a day. How's that helping in, let's say, an Uber driver? It's hurting them, right? And the subway system, a big part of it, problem, is that the pension for the MTA workers is too high. It's too much to fund it. Perhaps they need to cut their pension. Maybe the subway system should be better run and better repaired than having this over bloated pension problem that they have. No, we gotta have the pensions. We gotta have the pensions. No, we gotta fund the pensions. What about educate? We gotta fund those pensions for those teachers. What about the education of the teachers, or education of the pupils by the teachers? And the IQ levels are going down. They're not performing well on math, science, and reading. Oh, we got to make sure we fund more. Make sure those pensions are funded. This is part of the bloatedness of government. Go and find, a lot of times, not always, but a lot of times, cities and states have problems with certain departments because of funding their pension. And so when they have the funding, and because it's guaranteed, they gotta raise the taxes. Maybe they shouldn't be funding the pensions. Maybe what it should be is these people have to put away their savings in a 401k like everybody else. Why do they get Cadillac pension plans? Why? Why?
Okay, it was a beautiful thing. Now, I don't know America no more, really.
Donald Trump made it clear today he does not like congestion pricing. But yes, the question, can he stop it once he takes office? Well, the governor's legal team tonight says he can, which is why they're moving quickly to flip the switch.
What? So New York's congestion pricing plan is back after it was paused because of its controversial nature. But pausing the plan that advocates say is going to save our rotting $20 billion a year public transit network proves it isn't going to. In fact, the rollout of the nation's first progressive tax on driving right before the election would have been a golden opportunity to show the world how much better off we all are when the government has more of our money. Unless, of course, someone in charge knows our rusting subway and bus transit networks won't actually benefit from the billions in tax revenue this plan is supposed to generate. But critics say not only will this plan not work, it's also going to make everyone's life here much more expensive, because these driving taxes don't just apply to college-educated office workers who have air-conditioned white-collar jobs and can take the subway to work. They also apply to blue-collar workers who drive trucks full of equipment to fix buildings, and food delivery vehicles that stock our grocery stores and feed our city, which business owners say will lead to higher prices as each delivery of food or products they now get costs more to receive, which reveals the real reason this plan was canceled before the election. Had it been started ahead of time and delivered absolutely nothing, people would have had another thing to vote against. On top of that, President Trump has made it no secret that he's no fan of congestion pricing. And since he campaigned on lowering living costs for the working class, he's promised to block this plan once he takes office. But he's not in office yet, and city officials have decided it's now or never for this historic first-in-the-nation tax on cars to begin, which will definitely lead to less noise, less pollution, and less traffic down here in lower Manhattan. But according to the MTA's own
you gotta
interrupt here. South Korea to provide unlimited liquidity to markets if needed. So South Korean stocks tumble, won drops as martial law declared. What? I mean, things seemed a bit unstable in the international markets. Now, what surprises me is that I don't see that too much with the Euro USD trade. It's still at 1.05. And usually when you're looking at stress in the market, you would see the USD Japanese yen go down, where the Japanese yen would actually strengthen. And it's still at 149, and that's, you know, that's a weakened yen. So, what is going on? What is going on? So we got France as a data point, and we got South Korea to provide unlimited liquidity to markets if needed. That sounds a little scary. But, you know, what do I know?
We'll just force that pollution to less affluent areas of the city like Brooklyn, Staten Island, and the Bronx, where asthma rates are already some of the highest in the nation. But, as you're about to see, our leaders are so terrified of Trump returning to the White House that they've decided to push through this controversial plan without any regard to the collateral damage.
Smart Sketcher 2.0 is here. Now it's even easier to be the smartest artist. Just select an image, trace the lines.
I think the content that Cash Jordan does is good. I just wish that he would stop the damn hip hop. I can't stand hip hop. Hi.
So here we are in the New York City subway, or as I like to call it, the land of broken promises, because even though this is the place where all the money from congestion pricing is supposed to go, it already gets $20 billion a year along with our buses and the other public transit stuff we have here, and it looks like an absolute disaster. Even though there's a city agency in charge of this place that's promised to take care of it and somehow isn't able to find the funds to do it. Yet this place obviously needs a lot of help, and the people in charge of our city want to get this plan enacted to see if it starts working before Trump comes into the White House and puts a stop to it as he's promised to do.
Congestion pricing is expected to take effect on January 5th, slapping a $9 toll on most vehicles entering Manhattan south of 60th Street. Governor Kathy Hochul insisted today this was her plan all along.
So the state's legal advisors believe that Trump could try to put a stop to congestion pricing if he gets into office, and it hasn't been activated yet. So they're going to try to activate it now, January 5th. And the reason this plan is so controversial is because driving a car in Manhattan is kind of a waste of time. Traffic is so bad. Getting rid of cars would free up road space and do a lot of good things. But the tolls are expensive.
So for the ones that don't live in New York City, all right, in the congested area, right, it is impossible to have a car. It costs too much to park. It costs almost like $400 to $500 a month to park a car. The insurance is much higher because of the crime in New York, all right? And then you have, the car payment. So, it's expensive, right? So most people don't have the space to park the car, or, it's just too costly to run. Plus, when you live in New York, you basically can do everything just mass transit, all right? So you really don't need, and then if you want to get out of New York, for a vacation or just escape from New York, of course you would have to get a car, or you use some other means of transportation like Amtrak or the bus system, or, like Megabus or whatever. So most people that live in New York, do not have a car, all right? It's just too much of a pain in the ass. There are some people in the outer boroughs where it's a little bit less dense that would have cars, all right? Or if you go upstate New York or into, let's say, Connecticut or New Jersey, Long Island, you probably have a car then, all right? But when you're in those areas, your mass transit isn't as good. So there's this give and take. Good mass transit in terms of timely, versus, other modes of transportation like having a personal car. So most people do not have cars. The problem is that many people work in the city that are coming from these different regions, and they're bringing their car in, all right? Or delivery, lots of delivery. I mean, Manhattan, New York City would not work if it wasn't for goods coming in on a daily basis, all right? Trucks and stuff. So all those restaurants, all the retail, the construction, they all have trucks of different sizes. That's a problem. So what the tax is doing is this congestion tax is really taxing people that are outside of the city, that don't rely on the mass transit, in ones that are working and delivering and building and stuff like that, all right? The construction workers, the delivery trucks, the Uber drivers, the taxi cab drivers, big problem. Why do you want to hurt these people? They're actually bringing jobs and services, and the economy is more vibrant through their activity. But you put a congestion price and it just makes the society go down. Now, the state is going, well, we gotta help fund the MTA because it's been decaying, right? But let's go, is it because of bad management, especially with this pension? I mean, come on. So, and then they keep on raising the prices for the tickets for the MTA on the bus and on the subway. So it's like, I don't know, I think it's like $2.90 right now, like for each time you use it. That adds up if you use it 2 or 3 times a day. So the state is falling apart, and as the city and the state falls apart, they just keep on taxing and taxing and taxing and taxing and taxing and taxing and taxing. And then people start to move out and move out and move out. Now, this, I think I said it in a previous video. I was at an event where one of the city council women was there, all right? There was a city councilwoman that was representing the Upper West Side, all right? And she was explaining what's going on in the city. There's time to dealing with the budget and, the crime and, just overall what's going on in the city, even though she represented the Upper West Side. So it was a great event to get an inside look at what's really going on. You know why this place is a sanctuary city? All right? And a lot of people don't understand this. It's a sanctuary city because the Department of Education needs, because the city is losing people, especially young people, children, they're losing money for the public schools. And they get money based on a child in a seat when the school year starts. And it doesn't matter if that person is a legal citizen or not. So there is a feedback by the education department in New York to promote New York being a sanctuary city so they get funds. Because they don't want to lose funds. So they got to make sure that those seats are filled. But yet people are not having children, or people are moving out of the city. On top of it, New York may lose some of its congressional seats if they continue to lose population. So what they want to do is try to get people to stay in the city, to stay in the state, and also get illegal immigrants that would eventually be naturalized to maintain congressional seats. Because if the flow of people out of the state continue, that means New York no longer has as many electoral votes. It no longer has as many seats in the House of Representatives. And those seats would go to a different state that's getting a population growth. That's the big elephant in the room.
Safe, as you can tell from the National Guard troops that are down here patrolling it with the help of police. And if you're carrying anything that's bigger than an iPhone, navigating some of these stairs might be pretty difficult. And even though New York is a very blue state, here in the congestion zone in Manhattan, there was no red shift. But even in counties that still voted overwhelmingly blue in the last election, you do see that more voters turned to the Republican Party than they have in quite some time. And these just so happen to be areas of town that if you want to drive from here through Manhattan, you're going to have to pay this toll, which to some people makes it look like this plan was paused just a few months before a presidential election for purely political reasons. Now, if you live in New York and you don't want to take the subway, you're going to have to...
Newsflash, Cash. Jordan, everything in New York is all about politics. Everything. Every single decision is all about some sort of political calculus.
A $9 fee for driving your car, even if the subway you want to take isn't working properly because the money to fix it is being wasted. But this really adds up. $9 a day is $45 a week if you work 5 days, and $2,300 over 12 months. There goes your tax refund, there goes your Miami beach vacation, but it's not going to stop there. The toll is actually set to increase every couple of years, and it'll be back at the $15 amount sometime in 2030, at which point it will cost people $3,900 a year to not take the gross, disgusting,
$3,900 a year. If Hochul gets her full plan in place. This is the reason why people are moving out of the city. The crime, the cost, the inefficiency, the dirt. You know, there's that New York grime, right? You know, in the magazines, you know, New York is this shiny place, you know, it's all nice and shiny and clean. In reality, it's a dump. It's a dump. It's just like Venice. Venice sounds like, oh, it sounds like a great place to go visit, you know, for a vacation. It's literally a shithole that smells like a shithole.
subway system, which is going to look just as flashy and beautiful the day it starts as it does right now. And that's the problem with this plan. The whole thing relies on believing a bunch of promises that, as we look around, aren't being kept as we speak. This place is a mess. And if you want to look at how the congestion pricing money is actually going to be spent, look at what's happening with all the new train cars that the city's been building. They can't even get those to run correctly, and they cost billions of dollars. And stories like this make it pretty hard to believe that the city isn't going to do the exact same thing and waste the billions of dollars in new tax revenue it gets. But again, literally none of this is about actually improving our public transit networks, because if that's what was going to happen, this plan never would have been paused. It would have been started right away so that everyone could see the tangible benefits of it. No, instead it's about stopping Trump from stopping this plan, because even if it gets off the ground and isn't working, it can still be adjusted later and the state won't lose the power to do it. And what you really have here with this battle over congestion pricing is a power struggle, and it looks like the state is probably going to win this one.
I cannot add another burden to working and middle-class New Yorkers.
But the governor struggled today to explain her abrupt decision to pause the plan while defending the new plan and attempting to sell the relaunch as a concession to working New Yorkers.
It was $15 before, and now it is $9. It is a 40% reduction.
So,
a 40% reduction on something that you don't even have right now. Like, think about this. There's no congestion pricing at the moment. Hochul has this plan a couple months back. We're going to charge $15. No, we're not going to charge anything. Now we're going to charge $9. I'm saving you money. Yeah, right. I'll tell you, another fucking crazy liberal screwing up America. Let me do a product plug, because that's how we support this channel. Make sure you use discount 5 in all caps. Discount and the number 5, and you'll get $5 off. You can do that on any order, all right? I've had that discount for 5 years. Use it, all right? Now, I have 3 new products that I want to talk about really quick here. I have the Boomer Boost powder. Now, on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. This has 68 nutrients. This is a great way to build up energy, right? Improve your health, especially your cardiovascular health, and to move on that journey to become healthier, all right? This is pretty powerful stuff. Now, the way you take this is how I do it is I mix it with hummus. But you can mix it with yogurt, or you can make a shake or a smoothie, or just mix it with your food, or just mix it with filtered water. It's up to you. There's a big scooper in here, and you take a scooper a day. And it's a great way, really quick way to fuel your body with nutrients, right? And also you can use it as kind of a meal in a way, especially as a shake or when you mix it with the barley, all right? So you can buy this separately on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, or you can also buy it in my longevity boost box. And that longevity boost box has the Boomer Boost and your choice of barley, either heirloom barley or the Gladiator. So you can either buy it individually or through the longevity boost box. Of course, if you buy the longevity boost box, you do get a decent discount. Now, the other two products, the Gladiator barley, right, is a protein, and you can mix it with the Boomer or just take it separately. Again, you can mix it with a smoothie or hummus or yogurt, or just put it in filtered water. It's up to you. And because this is a protein, it's like a meal in a way, all right? So, you can take different scoops, right? The recommendation after you ease into it, because this does detoxify your body, when you ease into it, by week 4, you're taking 6 small scoops. Now, what I do is I only take 2 scoops because I'm mixing it with other, I take a lot of supplements, right? So I only take 2 scoops. But some people, they actually take the 4 scoops. The more scoops you take, because this is high energy dense protein, then you're really using this as a meal, all right? So there's different ways to do this, but the Gladiator barley is a great way to detoxify and to fuel your body, all right? It has superoxide dismutase. This is pretty powerful stuff, and you need to ease into it because it will detoxify your body. So, and then if you work out, it's a great way to fuel your body for your workout and to recover and to build muscle, right? So you can buy this as a separate product on my store. Now, this is the sample container. When you buy it on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, you're going to get the same size as the Boomer, the larger size, which is the you're going to get like almost 10 ounces. So size. So go to the store, get the Gladiator barley. You can also get the heirloom barley. You can also get the heirloom barley. It also has the superoxide dismutase, and it's important. When you take the barley, you're reducing inflammation, you're detoxifying your body, and you can, depending on how many scoops you use it as a meal, because this is a protein and it's high density. It's high density protein. This is high quality barley. The barley that you get, let's say, at your grocery store isn't going to be as high quality. This is very high quality barley, all right? So again, you can get this, the longevity boost box, where you can choose either Gladiator barley or heirloom barley and get the boost in that box, all right? It's a great way to synergistically take these together and mix it with your food. How I do it is I mix the barley with the Boomer Boost, with my probiotics and lignans, and just mix it with my hummus. But you can do your own combination. It's up to you. All right. but these are really, really high quality products, all right? And it's a great way to just do a quick meal in the morning if you're busy. So the Boomer Boost powder, big scoop a day, and take either the heirloom barley or the Gladiator barley and take a few scoops per day. And boom, you got a meal and you're you're detoxifying your body and you're soaking up those free radicals and you're bringing down inflammation. It's a great win. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the heirloom barley, the Gladiator barley, or the Boomer Boost individually or in the longevity boost box. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Again, I have X spaces on, so if you want to listen, you can listen through X spaces. All right, let's continue with Cash Jordan.
In theory, a great public transit system would save the city and its residents tons of money because these trains are always breaking down, there's rampant delays. Anyone who's ridden the subway will tell you it's a very unpleasant experience. But the problem is we likely won't get a great public transit system out of this because the one we have now isn't that great and the same people will be in charge. Plus, any savings from public transit improvements could be offset by the fees everybody's now got to pay when they drive or when they buy anything, which now costs more because whatever you're buying came into that business on a truck, not the subway. But it's important to understand that the governor and the mayor, they're not anti-Trump per se, they just got to get this congestion pricing thing going now if it's ever going to have a chance. And they're between a rock and a hard place because obviously this place needs work, and this is the only way they're able to get the money without making cuts. Yeah, they're not going to cut anything, they're just going to get more money. And they're not going to do anything about the hundreds of millions of dollars they lose to people who ride the subway and bus without paying, which is costing the city $700 million a year. That's absolutely crazy. But the good news for anyone opposed to this who doesn't want the rest of their life to cost more money is that even if President Trump can't stop this plan because it's already started, there are at least 8 lawsuits pending against it right now. And these lawsuits cover just about everything from negative impacts on parts of the environment that are not in Manhattan to foot traffic drastically decreasing in certain areas like Chinatown that are within the congestion zone but have businesses that have been struggling for years now and really need all the foot traffic they can get. There's a fear that it might die off as traffic in general dies off because of these fees. And one of these lawsuits is from the state of New Jersey. But outside of the pending lawsuits over congestion pricing that reveal some very controversial details of the plan most of its supporters don't know about, the whole reason the plan needs to be kicked into high gear now is because ultimately it requires federal approval to begin. And the governor and mayor know that under the Biden administration, they're likely to get approval from this. Either way, some of these lawsuits reveal that the very people who are supposed to benefit the most from congestion pricing may actually suffer the worst because of it. Well,
South Korean lawmakers vote to request lifting of martial law.
plan set to start in just a couple of weeks. Many people are wondering if it's really going to improve everything you see down here right now, or if it will indeed be a business closing, job killing disaster.
Every new day for a child in a conflict zone brings uncertainty. But with your support, they can survive and thrive during crisis. Will you make...
I want to go to Bloomberg because of this issue here.
Saying they will protect democracy. John, we return to you in a US focus and a business that you are currently wanting to see really the bandwidth and the broadband and the infrastructure play that you're offering. What's interesting is the way that you're fueling investment in fiber in particular is by doing innovative partnerships like the one with BlackRock.
I missed that. I don't know. Something's weird going on with South Korea. We'll look into it right after this Cash Jordan video.
So when I first first heard about congestion pricing, I thought that it was going to be great because obviously there is way too much traffic here. And obviously the subway is terrible. And on the surface, it seems like a great idea to get rid of the traffic and make the subway better. But it's not just that it looks unlikely for the subway to actually see any real improvements under this plan. The reasons why communities across the state and country are suing to block this aren't readily apparent to most people who just believe we'll get a better subway and that's it. And even though we keep hearing about how this plan is going to be great for businesses, many businesses are scared it might actually cause them to shut down.
It's going to hurt a lot of people, a lot of businesses, and I'm going to be one of them.
Mr. Al-Qataini is the owner. He says one of his main concerns is the extra fee distributors may charge.
Everything. Groceries, drinks, candies, like that. If they do that, that means it's going to raise all prices.
Inside is such...
So here we've got a owner of a corner store that sells food, and he expects his prices to go up because everything in the store comes to him by a truck, and he expects those trucking companies to just pass these congestion tolls right on to him, making it more expensive for him to stay open. And this is a problem many restaurant owners are going to face because nothing that's inside any of these places can get here from the subway. And if it costs these places more money to stay open, they might have to make tough choices like raising prices or, sadly, letting someone go and not having as many employees. And if a restaurant closes and shuts down or lets people go, it could very well be that in 10 years these fired employees do have a nicer, better subway system, but they lost their jobs. The same thing could happen to a restaurant that has to raise its prices. Its customers might no longer eat there, or they might do less business. All because these places are an absolute logistical nightmare to operate. They get constant deliveries throughout the week. And here we've got some deliveries. Do you think any of this stuff could be carried on the subway? Absolutely not. That would not only be unfeasible because of how much there is, but this is food we're talking about here. You don't want your food down there in that subway. I was just down there, trust me. And this is the first real issue that many people have with this congestion pricing plan. It applies to businesses who can't take advantage of public transit in any way. They're just going to pay a price for existing. It would be a lot different if these fees only applied to people who worked in an office somewhere and didn't have to carry a whole lot of stuff. That would definitely get cars off the road. That would be better for emergency vehicles and response times, sure. But to make this apply to businesses that have no choice but to drive, that kind of seems unfair. And they pay more than a car does. It's like 20 bucks. Okay, $14 for small trucks and $20 for big trucks. But after all, this plan was designed by the people who run the subway. Of course they think it's going to be great. Of course they think everybody should use the subway. Why shouldn't they? They run it after all, and it needs more money, and if more people used it, they would have it.
Think of a restaurant or bar. They get so many different deliveries from various suppliers that are all coming into the zone. And we've heard that they're going to start adding a congestion fee surcharge on top of every single check that they're already bringing in. So if you're getting your food delivery, your beverage delivery, all of these things are going to add.
Now, I'm hopeful this doesn't happen, but when these readers get turned on and start taxing cars, the big losers, they're going to be people who, in some cases, didn't go to college and are working at some of the businesses that are directly affected by this. And then after this plan starts, everyone else will start feeling the effects of it with higher prices. If you live in an apartment building and it needs to get fixed, who does that? A bunch of guys with a truck. If it needs fuel so you can have heat in the wintertime, how does that get there? It gets there on a massive truck. And you've also got to wonder, could this end up bringing down property values? If this storefront for this restaurant doesn't get enough foot traffic, the restaurant's going to close and it won't be worth the same amount of money to rent. And this is something that many critics are particularly worried about in the Chinatown portion of Manhattan, which is inside the congestion zone and already has a lot of foot traffic problems. And even here in Midtown, you have a lot of businesses that rely on tourism, which could decrease if it now costs more money to get into the city. And then you've got the environmental aspects of this, because even though less traffic out here on these roads will decrease pollution and noise in Manhattan, the MTA's own studies reveal that outer boroughs are going to get hit with extra pollution, and this is especially bad in the Bronx, where asthma rates are some of the highest in the country. They're going to spend millions of dollars to install air filtration systems in schools that are near roads that are likely going to be jam-packed with traffic just outside of highways that lead into the congestion zone. But the problem is they're not going to install air filters in the homes of those school children, so when they go home, they'll still have to deal with all the pollution that comes from the congestion pricing. But congestion pricing is likely going to be here very soon with federal final government approval, and that means it's going to start. Now, I'm hopeful that after it starts, none of this happens. That's my hope. But if that were true, why would so many people be concerned about it? Why would there be 9 lawsuits if this was something that was just going to make everyone's day better and improve the city? And is the city even able to take the $1 billion that they're supposed to be guaranteed every single year from congestion pricing and then turn that into loans that are worth $15 billion and spend that $15 billion adequately? I'm sure they can spend it, but are they going to actually spend it on stuff that works and that gives New Yorkers a meaningful improvement in public transit to begin with? Let me know what you think. Thank you so much. I will see you in the next video.
It's going to turn New York into a shithole, like every Democratic liberal policy. All right, what is going on with this South Korean thing?
Governor Hochul officially
The South Korean president declaring martial law in a late-night TV address. CNN's Mike Valerio joining us now from Seoul. Mike, I know the detail pretty sketchy at this point. What do we know?
Well, we have disturbing details that are just crossing the Reuters wire, Becky, as our colleagues and team of journalists are sorting through what this means. Reuters reporting at this hour that all media in South Korea are coming under the control of martial law command in South Korea.
What the fuck?
What that means for us here at CNN, unclear. Our bureau is broadcasting from the heart of Seoul, South Korea. But protesters, according to information that is just coming into our bureau here, are being told by law enforcement that they can be arrested without any warrant in this new chapter of martial law that has begun just about an hour and a half ago. So to bring our viewers up to speed, what exactly we're dealing with here, the president of South Korea, Yoon Suk-yeol, comes on TV in an unannounced address to the nation and says, Becky, because of what he described as elements of government that are, from his view, sympathetic to North Korea, to communist forces, because of those things and others, he is declaring martial law for the first time since this country has been ruled by military dictatorship in the 1980s. Now, we are trying to sort through what this means for democracy in this bastion of democratic rule in East Asia. I live about just a couple minutes away from where we're broadcasting from. There are police, Becky, who are on their phones, calling their captains, calling their colleagues, asking, what are they to do? What does this mean? What is going on in the building that I live in? And when you're just walking through the streets, there are people who are running to their families' homes to be with them, to figure out what to do to be...
This video came out 1 hour ago, all right? Now, this is a live broadcast, so this just came out 1 hour ago. And I'm telling you, I don't see stress in the market. The VIX is still at 13. The equities are still trading at 6,040. Oil is at 69.75. Oil is going up a little bit. The Euro USD is trading, it's stable at 1.05. The USD Japanese yen is stable, trading at 149.45. Bitcoin is stable, trading, the ETF BITO is trading at 24.74. I don't see the stress on the market, so why?
To loved ones in this moment that is unprecedented in so many of our memories. So Yoon Suk-yeol, the president of South Korea, did not lay out what specifically he wants to do with these martial law provisions. We're waiting for some sort of text that outlines what powers he says he will have. But from the information that is trickling out, the leader of the Democratic opposition party, Lee Jae-myung, is saying, there's no way this can fly. And paraphrasing what he's saying as we're taking in all this information, Becky. This is an illegal move, Lee Jae-myung, the opposition leader, says, and this has to be canceled. So lawmakers are streaming to Parliament
but we are also seeing reports of activity at Parliament being declared illegal as well because of these martial law regulations that apparently have come
There's
into
more
effect.
to the story here. There's more to the story. Something's weird going on here.
Say that this is unsettling would absolutely be the understatement of the evening here at 11:42 p.m. local time on a Tuesday night. There are whole multitudes of people across the city who are stunned and are trying to figure out how an unpopular president made this move and what is going to happen next and what this means for democracy here in South Korea, Becky.
This is the premium Garmin Duffel 45 liter by Half Day. It's a transforming 2-in-1 travel duffel bag for long weekends, weddings, and business trips.
Stand by. I'm going to let you go just for the moment because I'm sure you can spend your time wisely bringing in more information to CNN. Thank you for the time being. I want to bring in Kenneth Choi, the international editor for the Korean newspaper, the Chosun Ilbo. It's good to have you. How do you assess what is going on and why?
Well, actually, a lot of people are dismayed. I've been in close communication with a lot of people, journalists and friends in the political circle. Actually, everybody's flabbergasted. Don't know what's going on right now. We understand why the president made his call the way he did it, but it's absolutely stunning. It seems like he hasn't informed a lot of people, even inside his circle. So there's a lot of confusion going on. The opposition party has filed yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, let me just be quite clear. You said you understand why the president did this, made this decision. Can you explain what that is? Why specifically do you believe that he has declared martial law, and who are these sort of communist elements that he is talking about wanting to purge?
Well, he is frustrated because the opposition party, which controls about almost 2/3 in the parliament, has impeached 18 of his cabinet ministers level, impeached the prosecutor general, so they are impeaching everybody, and then the opposition party cut down almost $4 billion in the budget, government budget. So he believed that the opposition party is trying to shut his government down, and he believed that all the leftist element from the North Korean agents, whatever, has penetrated into this movement, and they are sort of inciting all these instability. I'm not sure whether this is deemed necessary to have a martial law. That's a secondary question, but when I said I understand why he did it, because he's frustrated. I'm not sure whether that's justified, because even the president of the ruling party said he would try to stop this. So right now there's a lot of confusion going on. The martial law committee chair, I guess whoever it is, has declared that no political activity is allowed from now on. So I think, as you said, the very essence of our democracy is probably come to a halt. I don't know whether it's a price we should pay. So a lot of people right now, it's middle of the midnight, so people are confused, still watching what's being sort of played out. And actually, there's a lot of legal aspects into this that needs to be taken care of. First, the president declared martial law, but the parliament can override this. And if the parliament requests, with a simple majority request to, put the martial law back into the cabinet, then, he has to, follow through. But the question is, will he, or, does he, bind to follow through, or does he, just continue to declare martial law? It still remains to be seen. So, a lot of people are very, very confused at this time of hour.
You said a lot of people are confused. It is obviously very late at night. This announcement was made on live television at 10:30 at night. Can you explain why you believe that the president might have made this decision to go live with this so late in the evening? why not wait until tomorrow? I mean, is there any understanding as to?
I don't know his answer because we're playing this live here, but the thing is that maybe he did it to not cause market turmoil during the trading session in South Korea.
As to whether he thought, you know, leaving this until the morning would have been a risk?
I have no idea, to tell you the truth. I don't know why he chose this time of the day to declare martial law. To me, and a lot of people that I talk to, think that I'm not sure whether he has thought through this whole procedure at this moment, because you know the police are in confusion. The military is not mobilized at all. You can't. I just saw. I mean, I just looked out the window, and the traffic is still going on without any problems. So and then the martial law committee just declared that no political association is allowed. But that's just the words. There's no physical movement by the military or police. So it's really a puzzling thing. I don't know why he chose this time of the night. I mean, declaring martial law and putting everybody, on their toes.
All right, let's go to Times Radio. Sometimes they have a good pulse on what's going on.
We've seen martial law being imposed.
All right, before we do that, please help support my work by going to the store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use the discount 5 code. It's all caps, discount, all caps, and then the number 5. And you'll get $5 off. Magnesium and zinc, this you should be taking every day, boosts up your immune system. If you're not feeling well because of the cold season, take a double dose, take one in the morning, take another one in the evening, kind of thing. But you should be taking this every day to boost up your immune system. Myotrol, really important to maintain muscle and to build muscle. You can use it as a supplement if you are older and to build up that muscle, maintain that muscle mass, and boost up your mitochondrial health. You need good mitochondria to maintain the energy for your muscles. A lot of people don't realize that when you get older, it's harder to build muscle and it's harder to maintain that muscle. And part of the anti-aging protocol is a little bit of exercise, resistance training, and build muscle mass. Really important. So take this supplement, Myotrol, helps to build muscle. If you work out on a regular basis, let's say you're an athlete, let's say you're younger and you're an athlete, you want to build muscle, this is a great way to do it. So get the Myotrol, all right? This has lignins, flavonoids, and polyphenols. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Myotrol. Lignins, we were talking about lignins. Lignins is really important because it brings down inflammation and it's an antioxidant. It also helps to boost up your immune system. That's really important, especially after the crisis that we went through in 2020. Trust me. So please, go to my store, get the lignins. It's a powder. Mix it with your food, mix it with filtered water. It's up to you, but take this every day to boost up your immune system. All right, what's going on in South Korea?
In South Korea in the past. What this basically means is that the military authorities will take control. Okay, it's a temporary phenomenon. Okay, there can be some ramifications in terms of suspending and putting on hold normal civil rights.
I want to go to Bloomberg here because the Times Radio is recorded. Bloomberg is live, so I want to just jump in here.
I have to ask the question, Daniel, but who has the support of the armed forces of South Korea?
Well, that's a good question right now. It's unclear if the army is going to back him to the extent if you get mass protests, are they going to, start shooting in the streets or something like that? I mean, that's a big question. And we've seen in Asia, a couple other places where the army has refused to do that this year. Bangladesh in particular was one. It doesn't appear like it's coming to that yet, although we'll have to see what the next few hours and days bring. But that's an open question.
So, I guess, okay, let's just pretend that the president says, okay, you guys are repealing martial law, fine. Then what happens? Because we're still clearly at a standstill, and clearly this is a big negotiating tactic that the president was using to get his agenda passed. So then what happens? If the government is in paralysis, what gives?
Well, I mean, they were negotiating a budget, so his view of paralysis and what's actually taking place on the ground are two different things. It looks, there's already people calling for him to be impeached after this. His own ruling party is condemning his move. He's very unpopular anyway. So it's very likely we could see support for him plummet, and he could be impeached and thrown out of office that way. That looks the way it's going, unless the Army were to back him and he were to kind of bend the Constitution, which, so far we haven't seen, but we're perilously on the brink of that.
Oh my gosh.
All right, Daniel, thank you so much for your reporting. Really appreciate it. Daniel 10 Kate,
As of right now, VIX is still trading at 13. S&P 500 still trading at 60.41. Oil is trading at $70 a barrel, so oil is going up. The currency markets, which probably would be the best gauge for stress because of South Korea, it's not there. I mean, Euro USD stable, Bitcoin is stable through the ETF. The USD Japanese yen stable at 149.35. So I just don't see the stress in the market because of this news. Strange.
Asia Economic and Government Executive Editor for Bloomberg News. He is based in Hong Kong. For those of you that have a terminal, Top Go, and you kind of get to T Live, and boy, this Top Live blog is that's where we're getting all information, real up-to-date information from reporters on the ground in that part of the world here. So we will certainly keep you up to date on that. Markets here, S&P 500 off 6 points, the Dow off 142, NASDAQ up 45. So the markets are just kind of churning here. 10-year Treasury 4.21%. That's up 2 basis points. We'll have more coming up. This is Bloomberg Intelligence.
All right, before we go to Times Radio, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use the discount 5, all caps, discount, all caps, the number 5. You get $5 off. Meg, the multivitamin, easy to digest. This has a great vitamin profile. I don't have time to read it all. Go to my store and take a look at the back of the label. But this is easy to digest. You should be taking a multivitamin every day. Why? Because multivitamins, these vitamins are cofactors for enzymatic activity. You have an enzyme, and there's different docking areas on your enzyme. And it needs these cofactors to be able to have the conformation shape to be able to perform its enzymatic activity. You need this, really important. In addition, you need, certain types of vitamins for red blood cells, and and hemoglobin and all that. So please go to my store, take this multivitamin. It's easy to digest. It should be part of your everyday protocol. All right. So go to the store, get the multivitamin. I believe in providing products that have dual purpose. All right? Why? Because it's synergistic for your body. Olive leaf extract is synergistic for your body. All right? Why? Because it handles 2 systems. It improves your immune system and it improves your cardiovascular system. Brings down inflammation, and it helps with your cholesterol. So please, go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the olive leaf extract. Help support my work. And we're seeing something emerge. Something's happening in real time in South Korea, and this is a whole lot of reason to do these live feeds, right? To see how the market is responding. Right now, the market's seeming pretty stable at the moment. That doesn't mean that it's gonna be stable the whole day, who knows? Please go to my store and get the vitamin B complex. The first few vitamins, the B vitamins, help with the mitochondrial health. It helps with the electron transport chain and boost up ATP. Really important for energy levels. Vitamin B is the complex also helps with cellular metabolism. Really important. And when you get older, you need to protect your neurons, your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system. And by protecting your neurons, B vitamins help with that. Really important when you get older. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Help support the channel, help support what I'm trying to do to create this more interactive environment. Go to the store and get the vitamin B complex. Now, I have X spaces on. If you want to do a call-in, just raise your hand in X spaces, and I will let you, give me your opinion about certain things, what you think is going on in South Korea or the economy or whatever. And this is supposed to be interactive, so please, if you have a question, go to X spaces and raise your hand. All right, let's go to Times Radio, find out what the hell is going on in South Korea.
Now, I think it's important to be clear that South Korea has seen martial law being imposed in the past by past presidents. Okay, we have to go back a fair few decades, before South Korea transitioned to being a full-fledged democracy. And I think this is something that will resonate very clearly with the South Korean population as we speak.
The president of South Korea went on television and declared martial law. It was completely unexpected, this late-night address across South Korea. Now, he says the move is necessary to protect his country from North Korea's communist forces and to eliminate anti-state elements. Let's just hear a quick clip of this announcement.
I declare martial law to protect the Free Republic of Korea from the threat of North Korean communist forces, to eradicate the despicable pro-North Korean anti-state forces that are plundering the freedom and happiness of our people, and to protect the free constitutional order.
We can bring in Dr. Edward Howell from Oxford University. He's an expert on the Korean Peninsula. Dr. Howell, I'm sure you've been following events very closely in this part of Asia. Were you expecting this announcement today?
I think the key element of surprise is the fact that this announcement was so unexpected. It comes at a time, of course, when the North Korean nuclear threat is increasing, North Korea actively sending troops to Russia, but it also comes at a time when South Korea, for President Yoon, he's in a very precarious position. His popularity has plummeted. He has been mired in scandal.
I started using custom hair care from Pros because I was starting to feel like I wasn't using the right products for my hair type. My hair has always been straight, but with like a slight wave, a bit of frizz, dried end.
He has been mired in scandals, not least involving his wife. And I think all of these factors combined paint a pretty bleak environment. But nobody expected the president to go on television unexpectedly and announce martial law.
Have you seen the same footage as we have of events around the Assembly building right now? The Parliament building does look to have a lot of troops around it, and indeed people are now entering the building as well. Do you know what's going on right there now?
Well, what we know at the moment is that we know that the head of the ruling party, the People Power Party, and we know that the leader of the opposition have said that they would vote against this imposition of martial law. But given its suddenness, I think the prospects for wider consequences, we know that South Korea has not been immune to clashes in the past between different political factions and protests. For the protest, the possibility for ramifications is very much in the realm of unknown. I think what's worrying is that we don't know much about this.
No. I mean, what we do know, certainly the BBC is now reporting that the police in South Korea and Seoul are enforcing martial law, a clash, if you like, with protesters trying to get through the gates of the parliament. So things are looking decidedly stormy in Seoul right now. Can you just, for those of us who've been fortunate enough to live in Britain all our lives, what is martial law? What does it mean?
So what we see is we've seen martial law being imposed in South Korea in the past. What this basically means is that the military authorities will take control. Okay, it's a temporary phenomenon. Okay, there can be some ramifications in terms of suspending and putting on hold normal civil rights, for instance. And I think it's important to be clear that South Korea has seen martial law being imposed in the past by past presidents. Okay, we have to go back a fair few decades, before South Korea transitioned to being a full-fledged democracy. And I think this is something that will resonate very clearly with the South Korean population as we speak.
Is there any link at all between what's happening in South Korea and the fact that Joe Biden is in the dying weeks of his presidency and Donald Trump is about to take over?
We need to be careful to avoid undue speculation. I think what's important to bear in mind for now is that there are so many factors that could have contributed to President Yoon's decision. Firstly, his insecurity, his real precariousness, the precarity of his position. But secondly, all of these other
I would not be surprised that he gets impeached because of this move of overreach of power.
Issues that we have seen, the North Korean nuclear threat, North Korea's involvement in the Russian war with Ukraine. President Yoon himself cited the fact that he wanted to get rid of, quote, pro-North Korean elements within South Korea. Is that a distraction tactic? Is that a sort of swipe at the left, who have been more vocal about President Yoon's North Korean foreign policy and in opposition to it? Perhaps. We simply do not know enough information at the moment.
Okay, and there are American troops in South Korea, aren't there? Quite a few.
Indeed, there are. I mean, there have long been US troops stationed in South Korea. This is something that has also become under scrutiny recently because...
Please go to my 3 lectures that I did about Taiwan. It's the South Korea bases for the United States and Japan are major strategic chokeholds against the CCP. If there's instability in the South Korean peninsula, it weakens the alliance with the United States and weakens its countermeasures against the CCP if they attack Taiwan. This happening right here, I'm not saying it's gonna happen, but could create an unstable situation in the region and put Taiwan in jeopardy. Now, I'm gonna repost those videos on X so you can watch them, but it's really important to watch those videos because I go into detail where the bases are, what's the plan, on how to countermeasure the CCP attacking Taiwan. And South Korea is a major component to that.
President-elect Trump's alleged claims that he would seek to either redeploy them or pull them out of South Korea, yes.
Right. When did you last visit the country?
I was last in South Korea fairly recently, about a month ago. I think what's interesting to bear in mind is that South Korea is a...
Go ahead and spit out that disgusting greens powder. This is a safe space. I've been taking greens now for 2 weeks, every day. I'm just always having chronic stomach.
In mind is that South Korea is a flourishing, what the South Korean government calls global pivotal state, right? It is a big economic powerhouse. It's a big technological powerhouse. It has striven to capture and encompass its identity as a provider of global security. And it's interesting that President Yoon has said that his foreign policy will go on and will not be affected by this. But clearly this will impact how other countries look and think about South Korea as well.
And in North Korea, how will this be being received there?
That is a question obviously we cannot answer at the moment. I mean, we know that North Korea likes to take advantage of crises in South Korea. We saw this very clearly when the former South Korean president, Park Geun-hye, was impeached. North Korea really used this as an opportunity to lampoon the South Korean president and the South Korean democracy. So we should prepare ourselves for something similar, perhaps, yes.
Okay, Dr. Howell, thank you very much indeed. That is Dr. Edward Howell from Oxford University, an expert on the Korean Peninsula.
So Sally asked that question, what exactly does martial law involve? And under this particular decree, because it was fleshed out a little bit by the President, all medical staff, including trainee doctors, are to return to work in 48 hours. All media and publishers are to be under the control of the Martial Law Command. Those who violate martial law can be arrested without warrant, and the decree claims it will minimise any inconvenience to people's lives except anti-regime forces. As Jane mentioned, just according to the live footage that we're seeing here in the studio, it does appear that a lot of people are congregating around the National Assembly and trying to get in. There is a police presence there, there are troops there as well. It is very difficult to tell at the moment exactly who is who there.
All right. Based on my observation with the market, the only thing that I see that seems to be elevated a little bit based on this news is oil. And it's trading just slightly above $70 a barrel. But the currency market showing no instability at all. So I'm going to go to a live feed from Sky News. Let's see what they're doing here. All right, they're just have, Sky News just has cameras at the South Korean Parliament, and the Parliament is voting to lift martial law. So they're not saying anything; they just have the camera work outside. All right, we'll go to Al Jazeera about this, but. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. We have breaking news, going on with this whole South Korean martial law thing, but it's not hurting the U.S. markets. Don't know why. Please go to my store, get the turmeric. This is an antioxidant and brings down inflammation. Very important. Bring down inflammation, soaking up those free radicals, improves your immune system. It's synergistic with ashwagandha root. Ashwagandha root helps to control your blood glucose levels and your cortisol levels. Really important. You can take them together or separately, but they work really well together. And by taking them together, you're improving your immune system and your cardiovascular system. Please go to my store and get the ashwagandha root and the turmeric. And I've added to my stack that I take every day. I've added NAC. NAC helps to boost up your glutathione levels. Glutathione is really important to soak up free radicals, and it's synergistic with C60. Glutathione is another pathway to soak up free radicals. The more different pathways that you soak up those free radicals, the better off you are. So take NAC every day to soak up those free radicals. In addition, to detoxify your liver and your kidney, especially if you take acetaminophen, taking NAC will help with that. In addition, NAC helps to calm the nervous system, all right, and reduce anxiety. So go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and take the NAC, boost up those glutathione levels, soak up those free radicals, all right? Slow down the aging process and boost up your immune system. Really important. I probably say it like 100 times a day. NAD plus is also a great way to stack. It's synergistic with ubiquinol, C60, resveratrol. So NAD plus boosts up your energy levels, all right? In addition, NAD plus helps to repair your DNA damage. When you get older, you get more DNA damage. It's harder to repair. There are repair mechanisms naturally in your body, but if you overload it, it doesn't repair as well, and that's part of the reason why you age faster. So if you soak up free radicals, right, and you repair your DNA faster, you age less, and your tissues perform better. That's why NAD plus is synergistic with C60 and ubiquinol and some of these other antioxidants. So NAD plus boosts up your energy levels. NAD plus helps to repair your DNA damage, and NAD plus helps with the health of your neurons. Very important when you get older. You want to improve your neural health, you want to reduce the chances of memory loss, you want to reduce the chances of gait issues and balancing issues, take NAD plus. All right? Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, all caps. Discount and the number 5. And you'll get $5 off. All right. With that said, what the hell is going on?
Well, we begin with breaking news from South Korea, where President Yoon Suk-yeol has declared martial law. He made the unexpected announcement in a late-night television address. Well, Eunice Kim joins us on the phone now from Seoul. And did anyone see this coming, first of all, Eunice?
Hi, Tom. I would have to say unexpected is an understatement. I think we are quite in shock with this development. It is 11 o'clock here in South Korea, quite late. People getting ready for bed to start the workday tomorrow. But the president, Yoon Suk-yeol, did come up on a TV screen here in...
But let me just chime in here. Last night, and early this morning, there was news about banking stress in France. And also because of the collapse of Macron's government, or potential collapse of Macron's government. And then all of a sudden, I'm just saying it's a data point, I don't know if it's related. And then all of a sudden there's martial law in South Korea. Now, it's probably unrelated, but there are international banking relationships that happen. So, question is that were there French banks that are affected by what's going on in South Korea? I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case.
Country to declare, as you said, martial law, and the reason that he gave was a domestic reason, I should say. We do not have a military emergency as far as his address said, but it is to address the political stalemate, if you will, that he feels, the blockage that he feels at the National Assembly to push through his legislative agenda. We know that there's been quite a bit of political tension, not only with the opposition party, but also the man helming the ruling party as well. Han Dong-hoon, he used to be a prosecutor that the president worked very closely with, but
These newscasters that they're having in the background that are from South Korea, in Seoul, they don't look too calm. There's a little bit of a worry in them as they're broadcasting.
has kind of taken his own way in terms of addressing some of
North
the
Korea.
scandals
Wait,
around.
I just saw something. What just happened? North Korea fired a missile. What?
The president's wife. But to address kind of what he said tonight, he said he declares martial law to protect the Free Republic of Korea from the threat of North Korean communist forces, to eradicate the despicable pro-North Korean anti-state forces that are plundering the freedom and happiness of our people, and to protect the free constitutional order. So what he is referring to here for our international viewers are likely South Koreans within the South Korean context who the president feels is quite pro North Korea and certainly anti Yoon Suk-yeol government. We do know that the president's approval rating really has struggled ever since day one. He's had some of the lowest approval ratings of past South Korean presidents, and currently, as of last week, we saw it at 25 percent according to the pollster real meter here. But once again, just emphasizing this is quite a development that I think everybody is trying to understand why and what this means for life here in South Korea. He did mention that this does not have, or this will not, greatly impact external relations. But again, underlining there's no, military.
Several hours ago, there was a news announcement from Sky News stating things look bad for Ukraine. Key figure admits as Russia fires North Korean missiles. So maybe what I just saw with that announcement is tied to the Ukrainian theater and not the Asian theater. But let me keep on looking here.
Threat from North Korea as far as we know now, but it does seem more to be.
Like you said, it does seem to have taken many people by surprise. We're just getting some reaction. The South Korean opposition Democratic Party leader has said the declaration of martial law is unconstitutional. We're hearing that others are saying that the declaration was wrong and there are vows to block it. Can you just give us an idea of how people are reacting to this and what we think could potentially happen in the days ahead now?
Right. So we are also hearing from, again, the leader of the president's party, People Power Party, Han Dong-hoon, saying that he would oppose, quote, the declaration of martial law alongside the people. So you have the president's political party actually opposing this move as well. So we can probably say that there will be an intensification of the gridlock in terms of cooperation between the president's office and the ruling People Power Party. But beyond that, we really would have to wait and see what this means. He did say he would try to minimize impact on daily lives of the people who are not in that political sphere. Okay. But again, this is very fresh.
Yeah, indeed, it is only happening in the last half hour or so. Eunice Kim, thank you so much for all of that. We really do appreciate it. Eunice Kim for us in Seoul. Well, we're going to go now to Si Woong Ko, who is the managing editor of Korea Expose. He joins us from Stuttgart in Germany. First of all, your initial reaction to this, because it seems to have taken almost everyone by surprise.
I think that's an understatement. I am genuinely surprised. I am extremely shocked, but at the same time, I'm just asking myself, are we really in the 21st century? Korea transitioned to a full democracy in 1987, and we have not seen a maneuver like this since then.
Okay, so why would the president do something like this?
So officially in his statement, he says there has been unreasonable obstruction to his policies from the opposition, which currently controls the National Assembly. And he says that the country is currently under great threat from communist forces and that he needs to restore order, and that requires extreme measures like this one. In reality, the president, Yoon Suk-yeol, has seen his approval rating plummeting in the last several weeks and months. And yes, the public knows that he has a background as a prosecutor, and he's always used a very strong anti-communist rhetoric. But for him to go this far is just simply astounding.
Yeah, it seems to have taken almost everyone by complete surprise. We're just getting some information in now that the entrance to Parliament is now blocked and lawmakers cannot enter at this point in time. The South Korean opposition leader Lee says that Parliament will do its best to nullify Yoon's martial law, but the military may try to arrest members of Parliament. I mean, how extraordinary would it be if that was to happen?
It would indeed be extraordinary. Yes, as you rightly point out, the Parliament has the power to call on the president to lift martial law, if a majority of National Assembly members were to agree. And indeed, that is precisely what we would see the opposition doing. But if the military is blocking the lawmakers from entering the building, then we are really going into a completely uncharted territory in the history of South Korea.
Yeah.
I'm also seeing online on major news portals of the South Korean internet sphere that many articles related to the current political development have been either blocked or erased.
So what does martial law mean? I mean, obviously we've seen the military step in at Parliament. Some websites are now being blocked. What else? What other repercussions are there?
So he is essentially insisting that he will use his executive power to override what he calls opposing forces. And in this case, he's essentially referring to the legislature. Other than that, details are somewhat unclear. We've also heard the South Korean military saying that they are now enhancing their preparedness to deal with threats to national security. Which
what does that mean? They're worried about
perhaps
North Korea?
Well, that is the official rationale, of course, that Korea is under threat both from external forces, meaning
This is
North
what I don't
Korea,
understand.
and from internal.
This is what I don't understand. The South Korean currency extends losses against the US dollar, but that's really not a major trading pair. I mean, it is a trading pair, but it's not a major one. A major one would be like the pound to the USD, or the USD to yen, or the euro to the USD. And I mean, those currencies are relatively stable during this news announcement. So the markets, other than oil is appreciating a little bit, but other than oil, there's not much of a change. And even if you look at Bitcoin as an indicator, Bitcoin ETF for BITO to long Bitcoin is down. So, I mean, it doesn't, the markets don't seem to be reacting to this.
Forces, particularly communist sympathizers, and that's the label that he often uses to discredit the political opposition and the main opposition Democratic Party, which is in control of the legislature.
Could we just take this back a couple of steps, and can you just give us a bit of background, a bit of context for people that might not know the ins and outs of South Korean politics? Just the political infighting that has been going on over the last few months.
Of course. So South Korea politically is deeply divided, like many countries. In the last presidential election that saw the current president Yoon Suk-yeol take office, we have seen the electorate basically split in the middle when it came to supporting either him or the candidate of the main opposition party. And since then, the president has suffered serious major setbacks related to scandals involving his wife, who has been accused of multiple instances of corruption. And there has been a call from the legislature, of course, the opposition party, demanding a special investigation of the extent to which his wife has been influencing state politics. Instead, he has been intensifying his anti-communist rhetoric. And also we have seen the relations between North and South Korea degrade over time. And of course, there has been instances of exchanging balloons that carry anything from propaganda brochures to excrement crossing the DMZ in both directions.
Okay.
And just as we had thought that perhaps President Yoon might make a concession, he has decided to resort to this maneuver. And we're also hearing that the leader of the ruling party, that is President Yoon Suk-yeol's party, also saying that this is not the right thing to do for the country.
Okay, we'll have to leave it there for the moment, but we will come back to you a little later on in the program.
All right, so before I go to the BBC on this particular news, breaking news, please help support my work by going to the store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the supplements that I offer. Some great supplements that you should be taking to help your cardiovascular health and your bone health are vitamin K2. This will help to get better bone density, improve your joints and the cartilage. In addition, K2 also helps with your cardiovascular health. You stack it with D3. D3 helps to soak up or helps to absorb calcium, all right? And D3 is a gene expression cofactor. So you need D3 so your cells can express proper genes for the different tissues, right? Different cells express different genes, right? So you need D3 to do that, all right? In addition, D3, right, you couple it with K2, and now you have a means to help with your cardiovascular health and your bone health. So, and then D3 also helps get rid of cells that need to go into apoptosis. So taking the vitamin K2, MK7, which I offer, and the vitamin D3 together is a major synergistic supplement to take every day. So please go to my store and take these supplements. It works the best when you do a little bit of resistance training to help put some stress on those bones and those joints to remodel them slowly and improve the health of those joints and bones. So go to my store and get the D3 and the K2. In addition, nattokinase, really important to take. This helps to break up clots because it's fibrinolytic, but it also helps to improve your cholesterol. It brings down LDL levels and increases your HDL levels. So take nattokinase every day, add it to your stack, go to the store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, use the discount, all caps, discount, and the number 5. Discount 5, that's the discount to get $5 off. I've had that discount for 5 years on the store. Use it, so it's a little bit cheaper for you for the shipping, all right? All right, let's find out what's going on. So, BBC.
In the last little while, we've had this declaration from the president of martial law. It was a shock announcement that came late on television, broadcast to the nation, with the president saying he had been forced to take the measure to save South Korea's democracy. The declaration was immediately condemned by the leader of South Korea's main opposition parties, who've called their MPs to go to Parliament, and yet that National Assembly, the Parliament building, blocked off. But the president saying he had no choice but to resort to martial law. I declare martial law to protect the Free Republic of Korea from the threat of North Korean communist forces. Well, I just want to play the moment that South Korea's president announced that martial law and the reasons for actually imposing it. Have a look.
친애하는 국민 여러분.
I hereby declare an emergency martial law in order to defend the Free Republic of Korea from the threat of North Korean communist forces and to eradicate the shameless pro-North anti-state forces that are depriving our people of their freedom and happiness. This measure is necessary to safeguard our constitutional order of freedom.
저는 이 비상계엄을 통해
Through this martial law, I will rebuild and protect the Free Republic of Korea, which is falling into the depths of national ruin.
이를 위해 저는 지금까지 폐악질을 일삼은 망국의 원흉 반국가
I will decisively eliminate anti-state forces who have been wreaking havoc and are the main culprits of our nation's downfall. This is an unavoidable step to protect the freedoms and safety of the people, as well as to ensure the nation's sustainability and security against the anti-state forces attempting to overthrow our system.
Well, there it is. That was the announcement that came in the middle of the night with no warning. These are the live pictures of the Parliament building. You can see the South Korean flag there fluttering at the top, and there are a number of people who've got as close as they can, but we know that various police buses have been parked and moved to block the entrance to that Parliament building with certainly supporters of the President eager not to allow those MPs into the Parliament building because the opposition were trying to get MPs there, trying to actually have a vote to overturn what has been declared. They have condemned the move, calling it unconstitutional, and had they been able to get inside and have a vote, potentially they could have tried to overturn what has been announced, but that is not happening because that whole area has now been cordoned off and sealed off, and that's what you're seeing there in the pictures. I was saying a little earlier that helicopters too had landed on the parliamentary roof, the building there, as certainly more reinforcements were called to that Parliament building, and all political activities banned under this declaration of martial law that came in the last couple of hours. So those some of the live pictures that are coming into the building. I want to actually bring in a guest, Elizabeth Braw, a senior fellow with the Atlantic Council's Transatlantic Security Initiative. Her focus is on defence against grey zone and hybrid threats. And Elizabeth, thank you for being here on the programme. I know I was going to talk to you about what the new head of Britain's Cybersecurity Centre has been warning a little earlier in the day, but you join us as we watch these really fluid and certainly surprising developments in South Korea. What are you making of what you're seeing?
These are extraordinary developments and frankly quite unexpected, but we do know that South Korea had been in a difficult position for in recent weeks due to Russia's and North Korea's increasing collaboration and the West's inability to do anything about it. So Russia and South Korea teaming up in recent weeks to bring North Korean soldiers to Russia. And crucially, from a South Korean perspective, that was a quid pro quo. We don't know exactly how Russia is helping and will be helping North Korea in return. But those soldiers didn't come for free, and that is the South Korean concern, hugely destabilizing.
That is really interesting because I was asking one of our previous guests about exactly the point that you raise. When we don't know what is happening, this may be a political tussle, but it is entirely possible that those broader parts of the equation now involving North Korea, involving Russia, they could be at play here in some way, couldn't they?
They could, and we should remember that the situation between the two Koreas is always very sensitive, and as I think your viewers know, it's not a situation of peace between the two countries. It's essentially a frozen conflict that where the two countries continue to coexist along the demarcation border, demarcation line, I should say, but it's not in any way a secure arrangement that can be counted on to hold under any circumstances. And so if we now see Russia helping North Korea in exchange for these soldiers, that could significantly change the equation. And we don't know what the South Koreans know or what the South Korean government knows that we as the Western public, or indeed the global public, don't know. It could be that the threats are such that the South Korean government felt they had to take action. But all of that all of that information is not yet known. But what is clear is that the situation has deteriorated for South Korea in recent weeks. And it's not just about the North Korean soldiers going to Russia. It is about increasing collaboration between Russia and North Korea. More generally, there has been going.
Just to spell it out really clearly, one of the worries has been that the quid pro quo is that Russia supplies North Korea with some sort of weapons,
Let me just
technology,
interrupt here. On the dashboard, on the feed on the other channel, there's a news announcement stating that the U.S. President Biden says U.S. will give $1 billion in humanitarian support for displaced Africans. What about the $1 billion for the people that need it in, that flood zone, right, in the South? There's lots of displaced people in America, we're just willing to just give all this money overseas. Now I understand, the CCP is trying to control the continent of Africa, and the United States is a little behind the 8 ball on trying to circumvent that. But you know what? There are people in need in the United States that have had, problems because of weather or, floods or dams breaking and all this stuff, right? It's amazing. It's amazing how money can be just easily given to other people, but when the people in the United States need it, nope.
In that area, that is what is alarming so many people, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And North Korea, we should remember, has been making great strides itself in developing new weapons, testing new weapons, testing them with great fanfare and publicity. And now we have Russia contributing to that effort, and it has been an increasing collaboration. We've seen increasing collaboration between Russia and North Korea ever since the Ukraine war began, when Russia was frozen out of the globalized economy through Western sanctions, and as a result, focused much more on collaboration, economic and otherwise, with countries that are willing to trade with it. North Korea is a key protagonist in that, China important as well, and that is not making the situation any easier for South Korea, being located where it is.
Just give me your assessment of the impact of this level of insecurity now in this part of the world.
It is a rapidly deteriorating situation where all kinds of rules are being broken. It's not just Russia invading Ukraine, it's Russia and China openly violating rules. For example, when it comes to global shipping, Russia by exporting oil through the shadow fleet, China by importing that oil. That is the sort of activities that North Korea has long been involved in. But it is concerning from a European perspective, from a Northern American perspective, but our countries are located at some distance from the worst aspects of this, the most concentrated aspects of this, where South Korea is located obviously quite close to both Russia and North Korea. And we should also remember that China is a country that can, when it wants, retaliate quite openly against South Korea. A few years ago, when the United States decided to place a particular kind of missile system in North Korea, in South Korea, China retaliated by staging a boycott against South Korean boy bands. So it's not a good part of the world.
Another news that's popping up on Bloomberg is U.S. colleges it's predicted that there's going to be record closures in 2025.
Located in when tensions increase, and that's what we are seeing at the moment.
Elizabeth, I wonder if you can just stay with us, because I just want to bring in for the next few minutes Su-Min Hwang, who's a former head of the BBC's Korean service. And Su-Min, in terms of the latest, I'm just reading the latest wires from the White House saying they're monitoring closely as South Korea declares martial law, as you would expect. So many eyes on these live pictures, on the events there in South Korea. What is the latest that you're hearing?
So what we're seeing is the footages where people have gathered in front of the National Assembly, where all the political activists have now been banned under the martial law, and people are chanting, "This is a sin, you shouldn't be doing this," and people are shouting at the gate, "Open the door, open the door." And that was the latest video footage I've seen on social media. Some of the details of the martial law has now come out, where all publishers and press activities has to be monitored under the law, and political activities, including protests and any gatherings, are banned. And if they are broken, then under the law now, people can be searched without warrant, arrested or detained.
All right, we're gonna break away from BBC, and we're gonna go to Al Jazeera's live feed here. They're talking to a White House
which was on
correspondent.
November 5th, and the lead up to President-elect Donald Trump's inauguration, which is January 20th. And here's some of the events that have been concerning for the current Biden administration as well as President-elect Donald Trump's administration, and they have been in close coordination, particularly when it comes to the diplomatic as well as security officials. Now, in the hours leading up to the U.S. election, what we know is that the U.S. was watching carefully with concern about the actions of the North Korean leader, Kim Jong-un. The fact that he did launch a short-range ballistic missile into the sea just hours before the U.S. election, and then just prior to that, also, or rather just after that, followed that up with a test of an ICBM by North Korea, the United States, and responding then with its security partners.
This is why I was saying that problems in South Korea can cause problems with our defense strategy with China, you know, trying to where we're protecting Taiwan, right? So you got this the Korean Peninsula flaring up. Now, I'm surprised that the markets in the United States, it doesn't show volatility. So, you know, what's really going on here?
Sure that there was that understanding of that strong alliance, which once again is something that we know the president-elect will be underscoring in his administration, again, that will be inaugurated January 20th.
Kimberly, thank you very much for the moment. Kimberly Harkett live there in Washington, D.C. Let's return to Si-Won Koo, managing editor of the Korea Expose, who's in Stuttgart, Germany, and Yong-Shik Bong, a visiting professor at Yonsei University and advisor for the Ministry of National Unification of the South Korean government, who's in Seoul. You heard there what our correspondent said, Yong-Shik Bong, about the U.S. watching the situation in South Korea very carefully, concerned. Do you think the pressure on the president could come from America, from the U.S., and could it be effective? Could it work?
Well, the South Korea in 2024 is not South Korea in 1987, when Reagan administration sent the personal letter of the president to, at the time, incumbent President Chun Doo-hwan, that no more martial law would be acceptable directly from horse's mouth. And the history records show that that made a huge impact upon President Chun Doo-hwan's acceptance of the demand from the civil society for constitutional revision. But the influence of the United States on the Yoon Suk-yeol government would be far more limited than its past the influence upon the former government in 1980s. Nonetheless, Yoon Suk-yeol is already facing enough pressure from angry citizens. And I'd like to make some positive notes out of all this, some silver lining, because now we know the very source of the paralysis of South Korea's constitutional democracy and the underperforming national economy, that the so-called pro-North Korean sympathizers or anti-state forces are not really accountable for all the troubles highlighted in President Yoon Suk-yeol's message to the nation. If anything becomes clear out of all these mess, it is a president who carries the biggest risk for constitution of South Korea, national economy of South Korea, and the national security of South Korea as well.
Let me just interject here. We may have a war in Europe. We may have a war in the Middle East. We may have war between China and Taiwan. And we may have a war between North Korea and South Korea. All in 2025. It's going to be a wild ride.
We know the very source of all the paralysis that President Yoon Suk-yeol criticized.
Okay. Si-Won Koo, do you agree that the influence of the U.S. in this crisis will be limited?
I do believe that Professor Bong has it right. On the one hand, we need to note the fact that the Biden administration is in its twilight. We are looking at 2 months until Trump takes power as the new U.S. president. And whatever this current administration in Washington may demand of President Yoon Suk-yeol in Korea is not going to have such a great impact on what unfolds in Korea as we observe the situation. For example, the President Yoon Suk-yeol was in fact bringing up the possibility of delivering weapons to the Ukraine in the fight against Russia. But even that decision, which is seen favorably by the Biden administration, is now on hold because of the very fact that there will be a new American president taking power very soon.
Thank you so much, Siwon Ko, Yongshin Bong. Thank you for talking to us throughout these past few hours of this breaking news story out of South Korea, where the president a few hours ago
pause Al Jazeera, and I'm going to jump to Bloomberg here, and they might have something important here.
You're going to see a continuing resolution into March. That's positive from the standpoint of President Trump, because now you have a government.
No. All right, I'm going back to Al Jazeera here. I missed it.
This unfolding situation in South Korea. So we have our correspondent on the ground who will be bringing us the reactions and analysis throughout the evening. Stay with us on Al Jazeera. Coming up next, it's Inside Story.
So Al Jazeera's on commercial. Let me just do a product plug. You know, we might have World War III, right? Literally in Europe, in the Middle East, in the Korean Peninsula. You know, war with Taiwan and China. You might be having a problem sleeping at night if things continue to evolve like the way they are into 2025. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Good Night formula. Good Night formula has tryptophan and melatonin in it, and it has a lot of other supplements that are important to have you get a well-rested sleep, to be in a 3 cycles of REM sleep, to be in deep sleep, and when you are in 3 cycles of REM sleep and deep sleep, you're going to be well rested, you're going to be detoxifying your central nervous system, and you're going to be well rested. Really important. If you have chronic sleep deprivation, you're increasing your chances for early onset of dementia. So please, take my advice, get the Good Night formula, get into REM cycle sleep, and having a good, steady, consistent sleep pattern will slow down the aging process. So please go to my store and get the Good Night formula. And omega-3, really important to improve your lipid profile. It lowers LDL levels and increases your HDL levels. That means that your cardiovascular system is improved. So please take omega-3 every day to improve your cardiovascular health. And you know what? We're getting older, and we're putting too much stress on our pancreas. So get the digestive enzyme complex. Reduce the stress of your pancreas. These have this complex has the enzymes to break up carbohydrates, lipids, and proteins to allow you to break up your food, to absorb that food, right, and reduce that stress so the pancreas doesn't have to secrete so many enzymes. All right, this is really important when you get older, because your pancreas doesn't work as well as when you're older. All right, so if you're older, 40 plus, you should be taking digestive enzyme complex. If you work out, let's say you're younger and you work out quite a bit and you're an athlete, you should be taking the digestive enzyme complex so you can break up that nutrition to refuel your body so you recover quicker. So this is for ones that are young that are athletes, or ones that are older that are not athletes that want to reduce the stress on their pancreas. Really important. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and take the digestive enzyme complex. Make sure you use the discount code, all caps, discount and the number 5. Discount 5 will give you $5 off to help with the shipping. All right, let's go back to Al Jazeera here.
Appalling and apocalyptic. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres' words.
They're more focused on the
Israel's
Middle East right now, and I want to kind of be a little bit more centric on what's going on with Korea. So let's go to. All right, this was 36 minutes ago by CNN.
The president announced this martial law very late. It's in the middle of the night over there in South Korea right now. The intent to quash dissent, but the images we're seeing coming out of South Korea it is not that. You are seeing an escalatory, tense situation there outside of the government building. I want to go to Mike Valeria to bring us there on the scene with what is unfolding, Mike.
Well, how we now have this ban, this declaration of martial law that has been overturned by Parliament. Will Ripley, our colleague in Taipei, was just saying it should take a simple majority of Parliament to overturn this, and that has happened within the past 2 to 3 minutes. Applause breaking out in the National Assembly. We're headed there now, but certainly a feeling of palpable apprehension of demonstrators trying to get to the National Assembly. We're seeing members of the military, law enforcement in their green camouflage helmets and uniforms. And we had reports that these members of law enforcement were trying to stop members of the National Assembly from coming into the building to overturn this declaration of martial law. But enough members managed to get in. Again, 1:06 a.m. here in Seoul, and members of the National Assembly have overturned martial law in South Korea minutes ago. So now the question is, what does South Korea's president do now that lawmakers have overturned martial law in South Korea across the country? He did this as a way to reclaim power. He is a very weak president. His approval ratings hovering in the upper 20%. Conservative figure known in this country for decades as a strong prosecutor, as somebody who has taken a strong stance against North Korea and aggression coming from north of the DMZ. And he did this, as far as we can tell, because there have been unending calls to impeach him, to remove him from office. And he said in an address to the nation a few hours ago that this was his way of strengthening control of government, which he said has been paralyzed by these calls for his impeachment and calls to impeach other members of the government, heads of ministries that he installed as well. So the question is, how does the president respond? How does law enforcement and members of the military respond? I can tell you that we have early reports of law enforcement starting to pull back from the building, and you can see on the screen more and more people getting into the National Assembly. So we're going to see if this holds, but again, in a dramatic tableau, lawmakers in Seoul just voted to overturn martial law with applause ringing out throughout the building.
Really remarkable how quickly all of this is unfolding. Mike, my understanding is you were there, you're on the phone with us. Just help us understand what's happening there right now outside of that building. Obviously, we see the video, but you're able to see the full picture. So bring us there.
Yeah, we're on our way there. We're in our bureau in the center of the city because we weren't sure if we were going to be able to have a signal, if it was safe for us to broadcast. But, you know, the center of gravity of what is happening is at the National Assembly building. But I can tell you, throughout the streets where we are in the center of Seoul right now, and as you move throughout the city, there are police officers on the phone who are wondering what is going on, who are calling their captains. You can overhear them in Korean saying, what are we doing? What is happening right now? There are people who are leaving bars, who are leaving restaurants, calling their moms, calling their dads, calling their children, saying, I'm coming home right now. This has not happened within the 21st century, a declaration of martial law, something that remains in memories of people from the 1980s when South Korea was still under a military dictatorship. So people are bracing for what the president, Yoon Suk-yeol, could do now and what orders he will give the military and law enforcement, and will they be heeded? Will those orders be heeded now that the government, the parliament, the National Assembly has voted to overturn the president's declaration that he is in charge, martial law reigns, anybody can be arrested without a warrant? That has just been overturned minutes ago.
The question, as you point out, though, is the practical effect, right? Will the president comply with this? And Will Ripley, I want to go back to you because that is a key question now. The impact that this vote there in Parliament, this overnight vote, will have on the martial law declaration. As far as I know, we haven't heard from the president again.
Essentially, GETTR is now for all teams, especially cross-functional teams that take a level of planning that keeps project managers up at night.
Essentially, this boils down to how much support President Yoon has from the military itself, and would the military honor this vote in Parliament where people had to wrangle themselves into the building, but as far as we know at this point, there were no shots fired. This was not something that turned into what could have been an absolutely brutal and horrific moment for this democracy, a life-altering moment for this democracy, but that hasn't happened. They pushed their way to the building, they voted, and now they've overturned it. So does President Yoon have the support of the military to try to keep this thing going? But again, keeping in mind just how deeply unpopular he is, there's been the perception by some in South Korea that he's used this North Korean issue, even issuing nationwide alerts that people felt were gratuitous for things like a North Korean, missile launch test, to try to scare people, to try to rally people behind his agenda, a deeply unpopular agenda that is being essentially stomped out at every opportunity by the opposition in Parliament. And he's grown so frustrated, apparently so paranoid, thinking that North Korean agents have somehow infiltrated the South Korean Parliament and are acting through his opposition to try to undermine his agenda. But the fact that he would surprise even members of his inner circle with this, and to make this announcement in an unexpected way, declare martial law, throw his nation into chaos, at a time where there is already so much uncertainty in the world, it raises a lot of questions about his mindset at this moment, what he's thinking, what is his plan B now that this has been overturned? Had he thought about this? And these are all questions that we don't know the answer to. We have to literally sit back and watch this completely unexpected, out of left field curveball that has been thrown our way in South Korea. Of all the things happening and brewing in the world, the story I was working on all day about North Korea and what's going on with them, and with Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong-un, definitely didn't expect Pamela to be here talking with you about this tonight after midnight here in Taipei.
And I certainly didn't expect to be leading the show with this. And it is the ultimate curveball. And we were just talking about this, MJ Lee, just what a shock this is for our viewers just turning in. Look, this is a vibrant democracy in South Korea. This is the first time a president of South Korea has declared martial law in the democratic era. And now the parliament voted to overturn that.
Biden administration in contact with South Korean government. Well, we'll see what happens.
But it is an extraordinary move, and it's something that Americans should be paying attention to. What is President Biden saying right now?
Yeah, as we were discussing before, when I saw these headlines coming into my inbox, I was completely stunned. I mean, it is so extraordinary what we have seen over the last few hours in South Korea. As you pointed out, martial law has not existed in South Korea since the 1980s. I was born there in the very last year that there was a military dictatorship dictatorship in the country. Right before there was the first Democratic presidential election that elected Noteu at the time, I think Mike was making this point before, for people in my parents' generation and my grandparents' generation, the kinds of scenes we are seeing and the headlines that we are talking about, that is not history for them. They lived through these moments and moments of upheaval and violence when they were growing up. So I cannot imagine how shocking this must be for the folks actually in the country, and to have this come out in an unplanned address practically in the middle of the night. Right. None of this was expected. As for the reaction from here in Washington, obviously the president is not here. President Biden is traveling in Angola right now. We have heard basically nothing from the president himself so far. All we have right now is a statement, actually just a sentence from a National Security Council spokesperson saying the administration is in contact with the ROK government and is monitoring the situation closely. I've asked the White House, well, at some point, are we going to hear from the president? Are we going to get a sense of what his reaction is to this, so that we have a better sense of what position the United States government is going to take as all of these scenes are unfolding? And I do think we should talk about the Biden-Yoon relationship and the U.S.-South Korea relationship. This is a president, as you know, who has made real efforts to build up and foster and strengthen the U.S.'s alliances with countries like South Korea and Japan. In 2022, when he made his first trip as president to Asia, he visited Korea and
on Bloomberg in the feed, people are typing in South Korean defense official is saying that they will maintain martial law. Now I don't know if that's true or not, but that just popped up.
Last year, you might recall that he hosted Yoon Suk-yeol for a state visit at the White House, really rolling out the red carpet for this president, this South Korean president that just did something so unprecedented. You would think this would be a good moment for the president and this administration to really weigh in. So far, nothing yet.
All right.
TikTok keeps trying to tell me.
All right. So what we're going to do is I'm going to go to another video. I might jump to the Hegseth meeting with the senators, but please help support my work by going to the store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video and all my videos. It's the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get ubiquinol. Ubiquinol is the best bioavailable CoQ10 that you can get. This is a very high quality supplement that I have on my store. You take ubiquinol to improve your energy levels. It's an antioxidant, so it's going to soak up free radicals. And ubiquinol also helps to protect your neurons. This is very important to take when you get older. I've been taking ubiquinol for a long time, all right? And, it's really important. People need to pay attention here. Neural health, protecting your neurons, keeping those neurons healthy are extremely important. So when you get older, you're not going to have the neurological problems and the memory problems and the balancing problems and the motor coordination problems in your later years. It's really important. So please go to my store and get the ubiquinol. This is the active form for CoQ10, the most bioavailable that you can get. Most CoQ10, it doesn't have a very high bioavailability. This one does. This is why I say that when you go to my store, you're getting some of the best supplements you can buy. So please go to my store and get the ubiquinol. Resveratrol, really important. I've been taking resveratrol for decades, all right? It works really well when you stack it with stuff like ubiquinol, like C60 and NAD+, all right? Resveratrol is an antioxidant, so it's going to help soak up free radicals, but it also helps to get rid of senescent cells. Really important, and it helps with mitochondrial health. So take resveratrol every day, stack it. Stack it with something that's on my store, like C60, NAD+, ubiquinol, all right? And vitamin C, important to take. Why? It helps with your skin. It cross-links with collagen, all right? In addition, vitamin C helps to boost up your immune system. We're in the cold season. There's a lot of people that are sick. Take a double dose of vitamin C. Make sure you drink it with filtered water. All right? So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and take the vitamin C. All right, let's see what Bloomberg has to say. I think they're talking about Hegseth right now.
Master Steve Feinberg the job of Deputy Secretary of Defense. What do you think of that, Kristen? And this could be duplicated in a lot of agencies that we're talking about here. You put kind of the figurehead disruptor at the top, but it's the real managers beneath them. This has been floated many times for HHS as well, if RFK Jr. is nominated. Does that mean that none of these disruptors really have any power?
I mean, it makes sense that they're doing that, particularly as they're going into these conversations with Republican senators who might have concerns about the leaders at the top.
Maybe. I should pause Bloomberg, not just mute them. Maybe these Republican senators are on the take and part of the deep state. We need change agents like RFK Jr., like Pete Hegseth, even though there are some personal issues that he has. But I think he would be a good defense secretary. All right? But the thing is that people like RFK Jr., major change agents, all right? I'm concerned that the staff that they put underneath these change agents are just slow walking the change and not doing the change that's needed. This is another way of the deep state to slow walk the policies of the Trump administration. Trump screwed up his first term by putting people high up in government slow walking his policies. I hope that Trump is smart enough to realize not only do you have to put the head guy up there that will follow the policies of the administration, but the tier 2 and the tier 3 level. Because when you look at the tier 2 and the tier 3 level, they're the ones that are going to be delegated the authority to get the change done. So let's not screw up Donald Trump. Let's not screw up the second term, because we don't have a third term here. All right? It's got to get done. You got to make it happen. It's one of those situations where if you screw up, it's screwed up forever.
A lot of concerns that a lot of us had about the folks sitting at the very top, which is important, and relying on other people within the departments to make sure that they don't go totally off the rails. So is it probably a good thing? Is it probably necessary to get Pete Hegseth across the finish line? Probably. Should it make people feel better? Yes, Rick makes a good point, but I also think that you need strong management at the top.
Yeah, interesting, some of the allegations against Pete Hegseth that involve a couple of veterans organizations that he was working with, the CVA among them, where there was a whistleblower report said Hegseth got drunk, quote, to the point of needing to be carried out of multiple work events, that he and others, quote, sexually pursued the organization's female staffers despite being married. And Rick Davis, this has Jonathan Martin at Politico thinking out loud this morning that Pete Hegseth, if he cannot be confirmed, should be followed by Joni Ernst, of course, a veteran and someone who's been deeply concerned and has been very active in trying to limit sexual assaults inside the military. She'd be confirmed in a heartbeat, likely, and would be a pioneer to lead the Pentagon for Donald Trump. Does that sound like a plausible scenario to you, Rick?
Well, I think Joni Ernst would be a spectacular Secretary of Defense in so many different ways. Her leadership on the committee, the Senate Armed Services Committee, has been stellar. But the reality is, she didn't have the greatest relationship with Donald Trump, especially during the caucuses in Iowa last year. She and her governor, Kim Reynolds, did everything they could to basically try to see Donald Trump not succeed. And I don't know how well that's been patched up to this point in time. So knowing how much Donald Trump relies on loyalty as the first sieve and selection process, I doubt if Joni would make her way through it. If anything,
I would really like to see Bloomberg staff in the news organization to just be a little bit more wide-eyed about the administrative state and how they're trying to slow walk policies of change agents like Trump and of the ones that he's trying to elevate to these different positions. It's obvious that's what happened during the first term. And it seems to me that, you know, they're coming up with all these issues with certain nominees. You know, like Tulsi must be a Russian agent and Hegseth must, you know, shouldn't be elevated because of his personal issues and all this stuff, right? It's just a means for the deep state to continue on the status quo or try to minimize the change. That's not what the people voted for. The people voted for radical change. Cutting departments, eliminating departments, and reducing the power of those departments. Bloomberg should focus on that because that's where the real ball is.
A worst nightmare of Pete Hegseth's ability to get confirmed.
Well, that's true.
And I think that probably is more likely.
Well, there's a question about whether there's going to be another scalp here, Kristen. And I had we had a similar conversation here yesterday about some of these names. We spoke more specifically yesterday about RFK Jr. I guess Pete Hegseth is getting his turn now. And I heard from some folks who said, well, stop criticizing Trump. I haven't even really mentioned Donald Trump. We're talking about the people he chose here to go through an incredibly difficult confirmation process. That's the case every 4 years. That part doesn't change. But I wonder, in the wake of Matt Gaetz dropping out here, if there is another scalp, Kristen, or if that's the way this works. He was the sacrifice play here, and the rest of these people will be confirmed.
I don't know if Donald Trump thought that far in advance or that strategically, but you know, it's kind of like a race to the bottom, and then everybody else squeaks through. I mean, they can't. You know, if you're a Republican and you just won re-election and you're looking at this as a mandate, you have to kind of pick your battles. I think that with the nomination of Kash Patel to lead the FBI, which is just outrageous in a lot of people's minds, you know, maybe the focus, at least a little bit, has already has shifted. So, I mean, we'll see. But I think that, you know,
every single person that Trump has nominated seems to be too much of a change agent for the deep state. Now, from my perspective, that's a perfect litmus test that they're the right person, not the wrong person. But, you know, we don't have honest reporters at Bloomberg.
Is here, and we haven't heard a lot about RFK in the last couple of weeks, so.
Well, it depends what you're reading. There's a lot out there. Rick, we started this hour talking with Ashley Davis about this idea of
heaven forbid that we have someone as a change agent running HHS and looking at the nefarious activities of the CDC and the FDA. Heaven forbid that we actually start questioning about some of the validity of the research of these therapeutics. Heaven forbid that we question and shake up the system. So, RFK Jr. must be a bad guy. Must be. He must be a bad guy. Of course not. He's the right person for the job because he's a change agent. And that it's going to actually shine a light on the nefarious activities that were going on with the CDC, the FDA, the overreach by HHS.
being somehow circumventing FBI background checks. I know we've talked about this a bit, but it's turned into a standoff here. You've got Senator Wicker, among others, saying that we could be on the verge of a breakthrough. But is this going to be the new normal? Can Donald Trump make this change where FBI...
Do you think the FBI is on Trump's side? Of course not, because he wants to go in and restructure the FBI.
Background checks go to the wayside because no one trusts the agency?
Well, I mean, we certainly know Donald Trump doesn't trust the agency. I mean, he's had a very difficult relationship with the FBI ever since he became the nominee for the Republican Party in 2000.
Listen here, Rick Davis from Stone Court Capital LP. There's a lot of conservative mothers that don't want the wokeism in the gender fluidity and the gender dysphoria promoted in their public schools. And when they voice their opinion, the FBI goes after them. There's a big part of America that doesn't trust the FBI. Okay, Rick Davis from Stone Court Capital.
15. So the reality is nothing has changed in his relationship with the FBI. He doesn't give them any credibility whatsoever. And remember, he's a provocateur, right? So there are many instances where I think he put some of these names out to just see how they do. I don't have any doubt Matt Gaetz was exactly that example. You know, gee, if you get through this process, it shows...
Gee, Rick Davis, I have a feeling that you're a liberal. Just, you know, it's so easy. You know, with these money managers, you can see them a mile away, 10 miles away, the way they work. They make their money by convincing you to give your hard-earned money and put it into their fund so they can manage it. Now, of course, they have to turn a certain profit so that you would keep your money in their fund, all right? But they love charging you fees. They love charging you fees. Meanwhile, you could just listen to me and just put it into an ETF and you don't get charged any fees. And you get entertained by watching me. And you manage your own money. And not give a fee to Rick Davis from Stone Court Capital. The way they work is that they want to take your money so they can charge you a fee. All right, so your return is the increase in the fund minus the fees, all right? And a lot of these places are doing, you know, have high watermarks where, you know, they charge an exuberant amount after a certain amount of gain. But because they're all about accreting funds, they don't really have a backbone. They're jellyfish. They are invertebrates. Why? Because they can't be too Republican because they have to get money from a Democratic investor, right? A Democrat support investor. And they can't be too Democrat because they need to get money from a Republican investor. So they're always hedging their bets. They're always not having a backbone. Now, I come from a long lineage of people that have backbones. People like Rick Davis are weak. They're mentally weak and they're physically weak.
But if he doesn't get through, he's so crazy nobody will blame me. And I mean, he is trying to disrupt, and it's hard to disrupt when you're, you know, the president-elect. So I have absolutely no doubt he will go right down the line and try and force nominees through without FBI background checks. And it's really ball in the Senate course. You know, Chuck Schumer talked about the division of power in Washington, and the Senate is and House are co-equal branches to the presidency. And but they have to act like it. They have to exert that. And in Donald Trump's first term, Mitch McConnell, for whatever reason, was not a a block to some of Donald Trump's more outrageous demands. And, you know, the question's going to be, how does the Senate handle it now? Not only these committee chairs, but also John Thune, the new majority leader.
Pretty interesting, indeed. Senator Roger Wicker, who will be over.
All right, let's jump back to Al Jazeera. They're talking about South Korea.
And this is a scene in Seoul where it's just after 3 a.m. Protesters gathering in large numbers against the president's declaration, but also rejoicing at the National Assembly's vote to declare this motion by the president, this decision, illegal and blocking it. There was shock and anger on the streets of the South Korean capital, with some of the protesters gathered outside the National Assembly calling for the president's arrest. Let's get the latest with our Eunice Kim, who's live from Seoul. Eunice, just after 3 a.m. and still lots of people on the streets there outside the National Assembly. Bring us up to speed with what's been happening.
Right, that's right. It is late into the night, early morning, Wednesday.
There's also conflict in Georgia. The Georgian protesters clashed with police after EU talks were frozen. I mean, the world's going to hell in a handbasket.
Well, quite cold outside as we are approaching winter here in South Korea, but that does not seem to have calmed the excitement perhaps that is being felt outside of the National Assembly, as at about 1 a.m. local time, as you noted, 190 lawmakers were able to get past the police barricades to enter the chamber to unanimously vote for a motion that calls on President Yoon Suk-yeol to cancel his motion to declare martial law. Now, we have had a deafening silence from the presidential office. We have not heard from the president since that national address on on national television. But we are hearing from some of his aides through local reports that they did not know this was coming, in an apparent effort to distance themselves from the president now as well. We are seeing a rare unity across political aisles. It has to be said, the National Assembly has been very polarized between the Liberal Party and the President's Conservative Party. But with this surprise and shocking motion to declare martial law that really nobody saw coming, at least in the general sphere, I think it's really united the two rival political parties in calling for the president to cancel it, calling it unconstitutional, and that any police and soldiers who take actions in line with the now canceled martial law by the National Assembly would be breaking the law.
Speaking of soldiers and police, Eunice, what's the security situation like around the National Assembly building? Because earlier there were soldiers trying to prevent, I understand, people from getting in, trying to prevent politicians from getting into the building, and then they later withdrew. What's the security situation like in the vicinity of the National Assembly right now?
So we are not hearing any reports of physical skirmishes. I am seeing big police vans against the backdrop of the crowds that are gathered outside of the National Assembly. But these are big police vans that usually show up when there is a big rally or a big gathering of people, which Seoul is frankly very familiar with. It seems every weekend on a Saturday there are multiple civic groups holding a rally and holding demonstrations, and typically there is a large police presence for crowd control. But as far as what we saw earlier of police and soldiers blocking entry to lawmakers, the elected leaders of this land, which is really an odd sight to
Right.
see, because lawmakers typically have free flow of access to the Parliament building. But so far, things seems to be quite peaceful, although there is a lot of uncertainty still in the air.
Yeah, a great deal of uncertainty. How much disruption? I mean, it happened, of course, in the evening, so, you know, the markets were closed and so on. How much disruption do we expect this to cause if the crisis continues, if we go into a prolonged crisis? What impact is it going to have on the economy, the financial markets, daily life in South Korea?
Right, that is a concern that many financial regulators are also dealing with tonight. And there, I think, is a conversation as far as they even want to open the stock markets tomorrow in order to kind of, you know, ease the hard landing, if you will. In trading, we are already hearing that the Korean won has dropped to levels we have not seen in over 2 years. And of course, South Korea is a very export reliant economy. So any big shifts in the currency markets is going to deal an impact for traders. But at the moment, it is very much a wait and see situation. And politically, it looks like, at least on the outside, everybody is for canceling the martial law announcement. But that is something that only President Yoon Suk-yeol can do. So many people will be watching to see his next move, since declaring that martial law some 5 hours ago.
Yeah. Everyone watching closely indeed, because the economic repercussions, as you say, could be huge, as this is Asia's 4th largest economy, but also the 12th largest economy in the world. Eunice Kim in Seoul, thank you very much for the moment. Well, everyone, as Eunice said, they're watching this situation unfolding in South Korea very closely. The United States, which is South Korea's closest ally in the region, cautiously acknowledged the situation. It said the administration is in contact with the Republic of Korea's government and is monitoring the situation closely.
Like I said, this is really important, because a major pillar to fight against the CCP, if they attack Taiwan, our contingency is with South Korea. It's with Japan, South Korea, the Philippines, the Taiwanese, New Zealand, Australia. You know, if one of our allies are weakened because of some sort of domestic infighting, it weakens the alliance.
House correspondent Kimberly Halkett. Kimberly, this has caught everyone by surprise, including the White House. Talk us through the various statements from Washington. They've all been very cautious.
Yeah, and what we're hearing from the Deputy Secretary of State, Kurt Campbell, is that in addition to the fact that the United States is in contact with the officials in South Korea, they are watching the events unfold with what he said was grave concern. In addition, monitoring carefully, because the United States has security interests in the region. There are some 30,000 U.S. soldiers that are positioned there, and there is a significant as well as strategic security relationship between the United States, South Korea, as well as Japan, and that there are a number of purposes for it being there. There is the need to, in the eyes of the Biden administration, to fend off what it says is North Korean aggression, and also the growing influence of China, particularly with respect to its influence in the South China Sea and with regard to disputes over the issue of Taiwan. So what we know is that the concern for the Biden administration is making sure that the relationship that goes far back but has been reaffirmed as recently as just 2 weeks ago, when the U.S. president, as well as the South Korean leader and the Japanese leader as well, were meeting on the sidelines of APEC, is that they continue to stay in close communication and cooperation, even if they haven't spoken just in the last day or so. Their governments certainly are.
Right. interesting that you say they continue to stay in close communication, because one of the lines that is just dropping now is that the US is saying that it wasn't notified in advance of this South Korean martial law declaration. Talk to us more about the relationship between the two governments, and more specifically between President Biden and the South Korean leader. What has it been like?
That'll be something that will be of concern to the Biden administration, given the fact that the two leaders did meet just a couple of weeks ago. They did sign back in April of 2023 here in Washington a declaration of their reaffirming their security partnership and their desire to work in a trilateral arrangement. So to be blindsided is sort of going against that affirmation of that relationship which has been established. So there certainly is the grave concern that has been expressed by the Deputy Secretary of State. Moving forward, we're also in an unusual period of time right now where we are in the transition period between the Biden administration following the November 5th U.S. presidential election, and now that transitioning period to January 20th, when there will be the inauguration of President-elect Donald Trump. And so the question becomes, and many in Washington have been wondering, would there be some sort of incident with respect to North Korea, and whether or not there would be any sort of action taken on the part of North Korea to take opportunity of this transition period. And that is still the big question mark in Washington with respect to if that has any influence on the events taking place now.
Kimberly, thank you very much for that. Kimberly Hackett is our White House correspondent live there from Washington.
Let me just plug some products here. Please help support my work by going to the store and getting the supplements to help improve your health and help support my work. Two great products that I have are the powdered probiotic, which is what I use on a daily basis. I just mix it with my hummus, but you can mix it with filtered water or mix it with food. And the probiotic that's in a veggie cap form. You can take it either way. They're very high quality probiotics. It'll help you to absorb your nutrients better, lower inflammation in your gut, improve your metabolism, improve your mental acuity, your mental mood, your memory, right? People that have a poor gut could have poor skin, hair, nails, brain function, poor liver function. You know, lots of things can happen if you have a poor gut. You don't want overinflamed gut and a poor gut biome. Health really starts literally in the gut. So go to my store and get the probiotic either in the powdered form, which is what I use on a daily basis, or get the veggie cap form. Please go to my store and get the probiotics. And it's important to detoxify your body. I have zeolite. Zeolite helps to get rid of heavy metals, toxins, chemicals, including forever chemicals. Just take a couple drops underneath your tongue, just small drops underneath your tongue, and drink it with filtered water. Do that every day, and you're detoxifying your body. If you just want to detoxify your body maybe once or twice a year, then what you want to do is take a few drops, put it underneath your tongue, small drops, drink it with filtered water, and then, you know, and do that daily until the bottle is done, and do that once or twice a year. It's up to you. But you can take this zeolite year-round. It's also really important to stop the source of the toxin, all right? Toxins are basically what you breathe in, what you're drinking, and what you're eating, all right, typically. So you want to filter your water. I use zero water, so it's a 5 filtration system. Stop eating processed foods, or reduce, you know, eating processed foods and eat higher quality foods, right? And if you can, you know, air purifiers, you know, for your house are good. You stop the source and take it out of your body is a great way to help improve your health. Now, when you detoxify, what's going to happen is your immune system is going to get better, your endocrine system is going to get better, your exocrine system is going to get better, your tissues will perform better. So go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the zeolite. All right, let's continue on with what's going on in Seoul.
The president to rescind the declaration. And if he is somebody who has respect for the constitution and rule of law in South Korea, then he should accept it. What is interesting is we have heard only complete silence from the presidential office. As we speak, I believe there are about 20 South Korean journalists camped out in the press room of the presidential office waiting to see if there's going to be actually any kind of comment coming out. But so far the signs are very unlikely.
Yeah.
So I think that Ms. Lee is right to say that we're going to see the political landscape moving toward an impeachment against President Yoon, and it should be processed perhaps very quickly.
I think that's what's going to happen. If he doesn't back off, he's going to get impeached. He might get impeached tomorrow morning. Their tomorrow morning, so it would be our evening.
Interesting that he hasn't said anything, that we haven't heard anything from him since he made that declaration in that late night TV address. His opponents, Sojin Lim, have accused him of trying to use the military for his own political gains. And we have heard some within the military saying that even with the National Assembly blocking the declaration, that it would still hold until the president signs it. Where do you see the military going with this? Which way will it go? Does the president have the full support of the military, a unified support of the military?
This will be very critical, but at the same time, very interesting point for us to look at now, because in the past, the military, when we were under the military government in South Korea in 1970s and 80s, the military power was really, really high at the high moment. But now we are having the different generation. Even though the decision makers and military are still from the old generation, but at the moment, the young generation, they are the main soldiers. They are MZ generation. I don't think we are going to have the same situation as in the past. But at the same time, the decision makers and the military members are, well, they have no choice but to follow the president. But I don't think the President Yoon will delay this for any long, because he has no other choice but needed to follow the majority of the population in South Korea now. I think he lost the game.
Siwon-ko, Sojin Lim mentioned the young generation. Of course, this is not the first time that martial law has been declared in South Korea. The last time was in the 1980s, but most of the country's young generation, all they've experienced has been a vibrant democracy. What will they make of this? And, again, same question to you. Which way do you think the military will go with this decision?
Yes, I mean, even for someone like me who is in his 40s, this whole idea of martial law in South Korea is so shocking. And I think this is something that just about everybody in South Korea will say. They are just stunned by the development, and even the term itself, martial law, that's something that people do not hear very often in the context of South Korean politics. When it comes to how the military is acting, I mean, there are different scenarios. Right? Some commentators truly believe that South Korean military is not especially well unified. There are different factions within it. They are probably having discussions as to what to do. Some factions may be in favor of supporting the president, but others might not be. But when I look at the actual people who are at the very top of the military, who have been instrumental to this declaration, they are people who have very close connections to the president in Seoul. It's the commander who is in charge of carrying out the martial law itself, and also the Minister of Defense, he who has gone to the same high school as the president. And these people have reportedly been instrumental in making the events of yesterday in Korea and today a reality. So that dimension cannot be discounted when we think about how the president may be planning his next moves.
All right. Of course, we are waiting to see what his next move is going to be. In the meantime, let's just pull back and take a look at the regional implications of a prolonged political crisis in North Korea. We've heard from our correspondent in Washington that there is some concern in Washington, D.C., especially with the U.S. being in between two administrations right now. Soo-Jin Lim, what do you think is the line of thinking within the U.S. administration right now? Do you think they see this as a political dispute within South Korea, or should they be more concerned about what it could mean for the security of the region as a whole?
I think it was actually the other way around. The reason why Yoon Suk-yeol had to take this radical measure is because of the factor that Trump is becoming the new president of the United States. Because Trump himself is someone who we cannot easily expect what he's going to do next time. So Yoon Suk-yeol may have the need to take the different direction.
Just to pause what she has to say, but I think it's interesting. It says here, it is the first time since 1979 that martial law has been declared in South Korea. Now, the hostage thing that I opened up with, the American hostage that looks like he was killed on October 7th, and Trump said, you give the hostages or else. I said that was very similar to what was going on with the Iranian hostage crisis between the transition from Carter to Reagan. There's a rhyme in history, right? Things don't repeat, but it rhymes. There's a rhyming of 1979 right now, Kabbalistically in the world. Now, what that means, I have no idea. But there's a rhyme that's taking place.
From the notion he has taken up until today, because Trump will probably have a somewhat different from the Biden's administration, and that also made the Yoon Suk-yeol felt really frustrated. So having said that, it will be really about whether the population in South Korea will be successful to take the Yoon Suk-yeol down from the administration, from his office or not. Then the United States will look at it, and then we'll see how they can take action afterwards.
Do you agree with that, Siwon-Koo, that the president might have taken this action because there's a new leader, Donald Trump, coming into the White House, and that he's doing that because of that?
Well, I think at the very least, it is reasonable to conclude that Yoon Suk-yeol will pay no regard to the opinions of the current Biden administration. Mr. Biden has about 2 months left in his term. Mr. Trump is taking power very soon. So it's when we look at, for example, another example of where South Korean government promised to deliver weapons to Ukraine, but now are holding back on that promise because they're not sure about how this decision will be processed by the incoming Trump administration. So, in that same way, I think the influence of the Biden administration on South Korea at the moment is clearly limited. We do want to think a little bit about the regional security implication of all this, and how, for the U.S., what is happening in South Korea might be important. And that is, rather than with regard to North Korea, Yoon Suk-yeol has been quite instrumental in improving ties with Japan, which also, as a very important American ally in the region, is a country that U.S. very much wanted South Korea to become closer to for a long time. And when Yoon is to be impeached or removed from power, that whole dynamic is going to shift, no question. And whoever succeeds Yoon in this office is likely to be someone less interested in this relationship.
Siwon-Koo, thank you so much. Soo-Jin Lim, thank you both for speaking to us about the situation in South Korea. We really appreciate your insight, and we will have more analysis of the developments in South Korea later in the news hour. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so while they're doing a commercial break, let me do a commercial break. Please help support my work by getting the products that I have on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. I have these great structural nanosilver gels. I have it in 2 different varieties here. One's in a tube form, one's in a dispenser form. All right, so this is a dual purpose product. It will help to heal your skin, like an abrasion, a cut, a wound. You can use it as skincare, a daily skincare routine, where you just put it on your skin and then exfoliate later in the day. Typically, you want to put it on your skin at night and then exfoliate in the morning. And a great way to neutralize pathogens by putting it on your hands, around your mouth, around your nose, around your eyes, around your ears, lightly coat your nostrils, stays active for about 5.5 hours. And how it works is it's creating a barrier and it's neutralizing. So please get these products for your household. Be prepared for the cold season. You're going to need them. So please go to the store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the silver gel. Now, again, I have a discount code that people can use. It's discount 5, all caps, discount, and then the number 5. And you get $5 off. I also have a great toothpaste, structural nanosilver toothpaste. Whitens your teeth, freshens your breath, helps with your gum line, improves your oral hygiene, helps to improve your cardiovascular health, and mitigates problems with valvular disease. So go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, neutralize pathogens, take this very high quality toothpaste, all right, and help support the work. Get a couple tubes of this toothpaste, go to the store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Max 35 and Max 14 is a supplement to help boost up your immune system. All right, take a teaspoon of Max 35 or Max 14. Take a teaspoon a day. Swish it in your mouth, gargle about 30 seconds or so, and then swallow. What happens is you're neutralizing pathogens, you're improving your oral hygiene, and you're maintaining the mucosal barrier in your oropharynx. Now, when you do that, you are mitigating further infection, because if you have a bad mucosal lining, if you have a bad barrier, then you're more susceptible to infection. So you want to mitigate that. So do what I do, teaspoon a day, swish it in your mouth, gargle, swallow. Very simple. All right? If you're not feeling well because of the cold season, take a tablespoon or 2 a day. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the Max 35 or the Max 14. All right. What else is going on here? I mean, this Korea thing is really, really big. I would say that that's primarily the news. China bans exports to U.S. of some materials for electronics manufacturing. I want to play that. It's from CBS News.
There are some materials essential to the manufacturing of electronics and some military equipment to the U.S. It comes in response to Washington's chip sanctions on Beijing. CBS News Money Watch correspondent Kelly O'Grady joins me now to help explain all of this to our audience. So, Kelly, I guess the question for a lot of people is, how reliant is the United States on these materials?
Very. Okay, so I mean, you mentioned it. This is a key input in your phones, in defense technology. And I was looking this up. So gallium and germanium, these are 2 of the materials that China has said, we are not going to sell these to the United States anymore. We get over 50% of what we use from China. Now, we do have some of that in our earth and the territory here in the United States, but we don't necessarily have the infrastructure to tap into that yet. So we're very reliant on it, and we're very reliant on China for this. This is kind of the tit-for-tat trade war we're seeing escalate.
Yeah, it's so interesting. I mean, we often use terms here in this country, and perhaps they do as well in China, that paint the Chinese as our adversaries, not straight up enemies, but adversaries. And yet, when it comes to the global trade and global economy, we're more tied in together than perhaps it may sound like when politicians pontificate at a podium.
It's a really great point you make, and I think you have seen a lot of countries, not just the US, but China, some of these other nations move away from that global perspective and more towards what we like to call a protectionist mindset. Now, President-elect Trump refers to that as America first, make America great again, protecting domestic industries. And we're not alone in this, right? I mean, China is doing that same thing of if you're not going to give us this, we're not going to give you that. And ultimately, yes, your domestic industries get more protected, but on the global scale, it's not always a win-win.
Yeah, I thought it was also interesting that, as you know, the president-elect has been making comments about imposing tariffs on China, and he frames it as this is a way for America to win. I thought it was interesting that the Chinese said this is a no-win situation for both the United States and for the Chinese.
Well, because China wants to sell their products to Americans, right? I mean, that's how a lot of these Chinese companies make a lot of money. And the United States also wants to have cheaply produced goods that then companies can sell to their consumers, like you and me. And so, yes, President Trump is saying, well, this is going to bring American jobs here. It's going to protect domestic industries. It's going to make any supply chain crisis a lot better for us if we're able to make more things in the United States. But it could also mean that higher prices you see when you go to Walmart or wherever, because so many of the goods that we buy right now are made in China, in Canada, in Mexico, in India, you name it.
All right, so you worked, you worked on Wall Street, you have a background in business. I'm curious, what would come first? Would it be the benefits that the president-elect is saying would happen here, which in other words, hiring would go up? Or would it be we feel the pinch at the supermarkets when we buy anything? That would probably hurt us before we see the benefits of companies hiring more Americans. What do you say?
So if they are implemented, I do think you're going to see the prices go up before you see the jobs, because in order to have jobs come here, you need to have capacity in your manufacturing. All of those things take time. I don't want, though, to concern anyone. Don't go out and buy things that you can't afford right now, because you're not going to see the prices increase immediately. It would take some time to move through for you to see it as a consumer. That's if it's implemented, though, because we've talked about this before. This could be a negotiating tactic. The Canadian Prime Minister, the Mexican President have already come to the table and said, hey, let's talk things out. So the hope, I think, right now is that we would never see these tariffs go into effect. China, though, is a different story. I mean, we're already seeing that tit for tat.
Yeah, it's also interesting. The president-elect, when he was president before Biden, there's so often, you know this, Kelly, he would tweet about how great the stock market is doing. But if these tariffs go into effect, or even if there's a whiff of these tariffs going into effect, and the stock market starts to go down and corporate profitability goes down, we're in trouble.
Yes, and look, the stock market doesn't always mean the economy, right? I mean, we're hitting record highs, yet I know the folks at home, including myself, are going, wait, my dollar's not going as far. But in a situation like that, yes, you would see the stock market react negatively, because it would eat into the profits like a Walmart unless they pass that on to us.
That's right. All right, Kelly O'Grady, always great to have you here in Studio 55. Thank you very much.
Okay, well.
Smart Sketcher 2.0 is here. Now it's even easier to be the
Smart Sketcher. Please help support my work by getting the products from my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Make sure you use the discount 5 code. It's discount, all caps, the number 5. Use that as a code, you get $5 off. Get the structural nano silver soap. I have it in 4 different varieties: charcoal tea tree, peppermint, lavender, or oatmeal spice. So please go to my store, get the structural nano silver soaps. They're very high quality. Stop supporting Procter & Gamble. Help support my work. Go to the store and get the high quality structural nano silver soaps. Get a few bars for your household. They're very high quality. You can use them as even gifts if you're looking for stocking stuffers type stuff. But help support my work by going to the store and getting the great products that I offer. Thank you for listening. Thank you for participating in the chat. For the ones that We're on X Spaces. Thank you for listening. I appreciate it. This will be the end of the transmission. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.